Chapter 167. Who is it? Suyu felt a chill down his spine. How could someone who claimed to be ancient be human? Right in front of you. Suyu looked over. At the bottom of the dark crevice, there were only broken rocks. No, there was a tomb without a tablet. The tomb was overgrown with weeds, desolate and lonely. The voice had come from the tomb without a tablet. Suyu's heart trembled. A strong martial artist who had died thousands of years ago? Suyu thought for a moment, then bowed. Thank you, Elder. The words on the tablet above the crevice changed 3 times. The first time was to remind them of the descent of death and to leave quickly. The second time was to remind Suyu, who had lagged behind, to hide under the crevice. Suyu bowed to him for saving him twice. Hee, aren't you going to ask who I am? In the tomb without a tombstone, white smoke rose in spirals and a transparent, misty figure drifted out of the tomb. It turned into a white-robed old man. His plain robe moved without wind. His hair and beard were all white. His old face was covered in wrinkles, as if he was on the brink of death. Even though he was old, he was hale and hearty, full of energy. He had a peerless temperament, like a celestial being. What surprised Suyu was that this person was transparent. He even wondered if ghosts really existed in this world. But his surprise was quickly replaced by calmness and vigilance. He replied calmly, rather than who you are, I am more concerned about whether you are human or a ghost. The old man nodded in admiration. Interesting. You can remain calm despite seeing such a strange human form. It is hard to believe that you are only 15 years old. As you guessed, I am indeed a soul body. In the words of a normal person, I am a ghost. The old man revealed his identity. It was a soul body from thousands of years ago. His physical body had been destroyed, but his soul remained, forming the old man's current state. Suyu sucked in a breath of cold air. Soul body. A human soul could leave the physical body and exist alone? The old man's state toppled Suyu's worldview. When the soul reaches a certain level of strength, it can leave the physical body and travel the world. It is not surprising. You cannot understand it now, but one day you will reach my level, because you are also a prodigy of souls. The old man smiled as he looked at Suyu. He could see the strength of Suyu's soul. In front of the old man, apart from the divine 9-dragon cauldron, Suyu felt as if his entire body had been seen through, and he had nowhere to hide. Suyu felt a chill in his heart, and he bowed to pay his respects. Senior Ghost. Haha, this old man is Yunyazi. Aye, Yunya will do. Suyu memorized the name, and his eyeballs turned slightly. Elder Yunya, may I ask if you have any requests for saving us twice? Actually, even if Yunyazi did not ask for anything in return, Suyu still wanted to do his part to repay him for saving his life. If not for Yunyazi, Suyu would have died in the deadly energy that day. Yunyazi was slightly stunned. He looked at Suyu curiously and clicked his tongue in wonder. I have seen countless people in my life, but there are very few who are as understanding as you at your age. I did have my own selfish motives for saving you. Yunyazi sighed softly. In the past, I was plotted against. My physical body was destroyed, and my soul was sealed in this place. I've been trying to break free for many years, but the existence of the seal prevents me from doing so. Yunyazi looked at the screen of light above his head. That was the seal that suppressed his soul. Until a year ago, when there was an earthquake and the seal loosened, I was able to leave the tomb for a short period of time. However, I could only leave 100 feet. At this point, Suyu understood Yunyazi's request. He wanted to bring him away from this place. Although he did not know who had sealed Yunyazi and what his personality was like, he had saved Suyu's life. Furthermore, he had kindly reminded them of the descent of the light screen of death and told them to leave quickly. It seemed like he was not an evil person. Originally, I had hoped that one of you could bring me away. Who would have thought that evil creature would be so ambitious and rashly tamper with the seal, causing the light screen of death to descend and accidentally put all of you in danger, trapping you here as well? Yunyazi sighed. Evil creature? Who? Su Yu suddenly remembered that Yunyazi had said that Su Yu was the second person he had seen in all these years. Then who was the first person? For some reason, Su Yu thought of the red-eyed ghost at the bottom of the abyss of Wudong. Could it be him? Keeping his doubts, Su Yu said, Elder Yunya, how can I save you and leave this place? Since the red-eyed ghost had alarmed the light screen of death and could leave, Su Yu should be able to leave as well. Yunyazi was slightly stunned. Su Yu had taken the initiative to save him, which surprised him. Saving me is easy. If you have a treasure that can contain and nourish souls, you can, Yunyazi said. A treasure that can contain and nourish souls? Su Yu was troubled. The only treasure he had was the divine ice ring. It was bone-piercing cold and was not suitable for nourishing souls. Suddenly, Su Yu thought of the jade box in his robes. That item was extremely shocking. It was protected by a terrifying corpse, so it must be extraordinary. Taking out the jade box, Su Yu said, Elder, can this item be used? The divine artifact of the Wudong sect's sovereign is actually in your hands. Yunyazi revealed a shocked expression for the first time, looking at Su Yu with surprise. Divine artifact? Su Yu's heart thumped. Furthermore, it was the so-called divine artifact of the Wudong sect's sovereign. Could the sovereign be the master of the abyss of Wudong? If that was the case, the power of the divine artifact would be even more extraordinary. Knowing that Su Yu had accidentally obtained it from the space, Yunyazi did not know whether to laugh or cry. You and Tang Yishuan's luck is extraordinary. That space should be the place where the Wudong sect's sovereign passed away. It formed a space of its own and was sealed for eternity. There is only a transportation spell to leave, but no way to enter. Even the people of the abyss of Wudong would find it difficult to enter. As for the two of you, because the spell has been in disrepair for a long time, you accidentally entered that sealed space and obtained the jade box. Your luck is truly extraordinary. You should know that the value of all the treasures in the entire abyss of Wudong is not even a fraction of the value of this jade box. Yunyazi exclaimed, What? This jade box was so precious? Su Yu's heart thumped slightly. The harvest this time was beyond his imagination. Elder, what treasure is in the jade box? Can you enter it? Su Yu asked. Yunyazi's expression was slightly grave. It can barely store my soul body. However, I advise you not to open the jade box. With your current weak cultivation base, it will only bring harm and no benefit. Su Yu shivered. Thinking back to the corpse, he felt a stinging pain in his eyes just from looking at it. It could be imagined that the jade box definitely contained a powerful force. Opening it rashly might be a disaster. Elder, please come in. Su Yu extended the jade box. Yunyazi was startled. Are you not afraid that I will go back on my word? After I escape, I will bite the hand that feeds me and snatch the jade box? Even though I am a soul body, dealing with you is as easy as flipping my hand. Su Yu smiled bitterly. Of course I am worried. Elder, your origins are unknown and you are unfathomable. I will definitely be at risk. Then you. Yunyazi did not understand. Su Yu had already considered this. Su Yu stopped smiling bitterly, regaining his composure. Su Yu will always repay favors. Even if you are a ghost, it will still be the same. Even though he knew there were risks, he would still repay favors? Yunyazi looked at Su Yu deeply, secretly admiring him. There was a shred of hesitation deep in his eyes. Withdrawing his strange expression, Yunyazi shook his head and laughed. Ha ha ha! What a good repay favors! If that is the case, I can be at ease. If you are like that evil creature, even if you ask me, I will not leave with you. Whoosh! Yunyazi turned into a ball of transparent smoke and entered the jade box. Yun Yazi's old laughter could be heard from the jade box. Little brat, don't worry. Even though I am in trouble, this jade box is nothing to me. When I recover my peak abilities, I might not even take a look at the jade box, even if you give it to me. Su Yu clicked his tongue. What arrogance! In Yun Yazi's eyes, such a shocking jade box was something that he would not even take a look at. What kind of expert was he? Why did he die here? Elder, may I ask how I can leave this place? Su Yu asked. The jade box was silent for a moment before an awkward reply came. Cough, cough. Don't you know? Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past. Su Yu froze on the spot, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had been counting on the help of this mysterious elder. In the end, he did not know either. That evil creature, Yun Yazi thought. Since he could enter and leave freely, there must be a passageway. I was suppressed by the seal and could not leave within 100 feet of it. Hence, I could not detect the location of the passageway. You have extraordinary eyesight. Check carefully. Su Yu had the same thought. He had already activated his crystalline pupils to observe. Suddenly, he discovered a crack on the stone wall that could only allow one person to pass through. The angle was remote and deliberately hidden. Hence, Su Yu did not notice it at first. With a flash, Su Yu approached the crack, intending to enter. Wait! Yun Yazi suddenly reminded him. Su Yu stopped abruptly, his face filled with surprise. Why? Is there a trap in the crack? Why did I not notice it? Yun Yazi said in a low voice. That evil creature's cultivation level is far above yours. It is normal that you could not detect the tricks he left behind. Whoosh! A bolt of soul energy extended, striking the entrance of the crack. Creak! A layer of scarlet flame that was hard to see with the naked eye appeared at the clearly empty entrance. The intense heat caused Su Yu's heart to beat wildly. He immediately retreated dozens of meters. What a terrifying flame! If he had touched it carelessly just now, would he not have been reduced to ashes immediately? His methods are vicious. In order to prevent others from barging in, he hid such a trap. That evil creature! Yun Yazi grunted. A bolt of soul energy swept out, extinguishing the terrifying scarlet flame on the spot. As for Yun Yazi's soul, it was unharmed. What a terrifying soul! Such a terrifying flame could be extinguished by a soul. How powerful was he when he was alive? Su Yu said, Elder, I shall enter then. Unexpectedly, Yun Yazi looked into the depths of the crack. After a moment of silence, he sighed helplessly. I'm afraid you will be trapped here forever. Even though the flame in the cave has been extinguished, there are many sparks hidden in the cave. The temperature is extremely high. With your cultivation level, it would be difficult for you to last more than a cup of tea. Su Yu looked into the crack. Indeed, he discovered that within the crack, there were extremely hot flames dancing sporadically. If he were to enter rashly, Su Yu would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Who had left it behind? The scarlet flame was so terrifying. Su Yu's heart sank. Unless your cultivation level reaches 7th level Holy King, and you have powerful spirit energy to resist it, otherwise... Yun Yazi sighed. With Su Yu's current cultivation level of 4th level peak, the breakthrough to 7th level Holy King was not something that could be achieved in a few days. Chapter 168. Without sufficient resources, a 7th level Holy King would be hard to reach even if one were to meditate for 100 years. Was he going to be trapped at the bottom of the crack forever? Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he condensed a bluish-green ice flame in his palm, then shot it into the crevice. The ice flame lasted for a few breaths before it was extinguished. This scene caused Yun Yazi to be slightly surprised. So you actually cultivate an ice attribute cultivation technique. In that case, you only need to break through to the 6th level Holy King. With the spiritual energy of a 6th level Holy King combined with an ice attribute cultivation technique, you might be able to barely hold on. However, Even breaking through to 6th level Holy King was still a long way off for Suyu. After that, Suyu once again created a ball of blue-green ice flame and imbued it with thick spiritual energy. The bluish-green ice flame was only extinguished after 30 breaths of time. Yun Yazi looked surprised. The amount of spiritual energy is quite rich. His cultivation is at the peak of the 4th level, but the amount of spiritual energy at the peak of the 5th level. This is not bad. In the whole faction, who would dare compete with Suyu in terms of spiritual energy? From the looks of it, as long as you break through to 5th level Holy King, your spiritual energy will be comparable to that of a 6th level Holy King. Yun Yazi heaved a sigh of relief. At least there was still hope for him to break through to 5th level Holy King. Breaking through to 5th level Holy King? Suyu nodded slightly. It was time for him to seek a breakthrough. Under the effects of the crystalline spirit flower, Zhang Xian's bloodline returned to its normal state, allowing him to unleash the full potency of the medicine. Shua! With a flip of his palm, Suyu retrieved a top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir. This was something he had exchanged for before he left. It was said that only the sect master could give it out, and it was extremely rare. The top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir was dark blue in color. It was like a ball that emitted a deep fluorescent glow. Bursts of fragrant energy caused Suyu's cultivation base to loosen. There were signs of a breakthrough. What a terrifying medicinal effect. Just a whiff of the fragrance, and there were signs of a breakthrough? This was definitely not something that a mid-grade, marrow-cleansing pill could achieve. If he swallowed it, would he be able to break through from the peak of the 4th order to the peak of the 5th order? Or directly stepping into the ranks of the Type 6 powerhouses? However, just as Suyu was about to consume the elixir in search of a breakthrough, Yun Yazi stopped him. Top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir? Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying? Suyu's heart shuddered slightly. Elder, is there something wrong with the elixir? Yun Yazi laughed involuntarily. It's not the medicinal pill that has a problem, but you. The medicinal energy of a superior-grade marrow-cleansing pill is equivalent to 100 medial-grade marrow-cleansing pills. The energy it contains is too much for you, like a rubber ball. What do you think will happen if too much qi enters it? Suyu's scalp turned numb. But I have swallowed 35 medium-grade marrow-cleansing elixirs. Why am I unscathed? Yun Yazi sneered. If I didn't guess wrongly, the medicinal effects of those 35 medicinal pills didn't take effect at the same time. Otherwise, you would have been in trouble long ago. I wonder if what I said is correct? How was it only correct? His words were spot on. Back then, due to his bloodline, the medicinal power of the 35 pills had settled down, and he had to go through it twice before he could completely digest them. In this way, what Yun Yazi said wasn't false. However, if I do not consume this elixir, I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to make a breakthrough to 5th level Holy King in a short period of time. Suyu's eyes were filled with worry. Yun Yazi chuckled and said, Don't worry, I can help you absorb 1/3 of this pill's medicinal strength. As for the remaining 2/3, I'll help you absorb half of it and seal the other half in your body so that you can prepare to break through at any time. But even 1/3 was equivalent to the medicinal energy of 35 medium-grade marrow-cleansing pills. I will help you calm the medicinal energy of the 1/3 released so that you can safely break through. Suyu hesitated. Even though he would lose 1/3 of the medicinal energy to Yun Yazi, if he could safely digest the superior-grade marrow-cleansing pill, it would not be a loss. After saying this, Suyu took out the superior-grade marrow-cleansing pill. An obscure space energy came from within the jade box, covering the superior-grade marrow-cleansing pill. In the blink of an eye, the superior-grade marrow-cleansing pill dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye, losing 30% of its medicinal energy. All right, I have already absorbed 1/3 of the medicinal energy and sealed 1/3 of the medicinal energy in the pill. Only the last 30% of the medicinal energy is left. You can absorb it now. Swallow it." Hearing this, Suyu bit his teeth and swallowed it on the spot. 30% of the medicinal energy was equivalent to 30 medium-grade marrow-cleansing pills. The energy it contained was like a flood, suddenly wreaking havoc in his body. His blood boiled in an instant, causing his energy channels to swell, as if they were about to burst from the explosive energy. Waves of pain came from all parts of his body. At this moment, Suyu really felt like he was about to explode. Yun Yazi was right. Even though the elixir was good, it had too much medicinal energy. It was no different from poison. At the critical moment, Yun Yazi acted in time. A gentle but extremely powerful soul energy entered Suyu's body. That wild energy, upon coming into contact with the soul energy, became as docile as a sheep. It gently followed the guidance of the soul energy, slowly cleansing Suyu's body. Yun Yazi's actions seemed effortless, and he even had the leisure to observe Suyu's body. After muttering to himself for a moment, he said in a low voice, "Your body is weak. It is weak enough. Your cultivation speed is too fast. Your foundation is not stable. The improvement of your body is obviously not comparable to a real 4th level peak, Holy King. If you do not have a strong cultivation technique and spirit energy to rely on, you will most likely lose in front of someone of the same level." Suyu was secretly surprised. He had indeed improved by leaps and bounds, ascending at an astonishing speed. To think that Yun Yazi could see the hidden danger in Suyu's body. "When I have time, I will formulate a few elixirs for you to remove the hidden danger," Yun Yazi said casually. Suyu was delighted. "Thank you, Elder." "You don't have to thank me. Take it as a reward for me absorbing 1/3 of your elixir," Yun Yazi said. "All right, focus your mind. As there is too much of the elixir, the absorption process will take about 2 days." Hearing this, Suyu immediately focused and absorbed the huge amount of elixir. In the outside world, above the abyss of Wudong, within the tents, there was a gloomy atmosphere. During this exploration of the forbidden ruins, other than many people who had gained something from the valley, the rest did not get what they wanted. Not to mention the rumored immortal-level cultivation techniques, they did not even get a fragment of a legacy-level cultivation technique. For this, they had even sacrificed Junior Suyu. The 4th elder gathered everyone. After receiving such a report, he had a helpless expression. "Since the forbidden ruins are filled with death energy, we can only give up. Tomorrow, everyone will clean up the abyss of Wudong again. We will return to the faction the day after tomorrow." Everyone responded and went about their own business. Only Tang Yishuan's eyes were filled with coldness. He stared at Mo Wu, who was standing at the edge of the cliff. "Mo Wu, your good days are over." Lan Ling and Wei Kong stood in front of the tent, silently watching Mo Wu. "Senior Wei, Senior Mo, seems to be feeling guilty for Suyu's death." Lan Ling sighed. Wei Kong had a stern expression. "Humph, who does he think he is? Is he worthy of feeling guilty for Mo Wu? He deserved to die in the Forbidden Ruins because his skills were inferior." Lan Ling was slightly stunned. Senior Wei is still deeply in love with Senior Mo. Unfortunately, you should understand Senior Mo's character. You can't possibly move her heart. I don't believe it. One day, I will obtain both her body and heart. Wei Kang's eyes were filled with unwillingness and a desire to conquer. The next day, all the disciples of the Abyss of Wudong entered the bottom of the abyss to search the ruins again for any missing items. Unfortunately, the area had been excavated for decades. If there were any treasures, they would have been discovered long ago. "What did you find?" The 4th elder gathered everyone and asked. As the team leader, Mo Wu stood up and reported. Reporting to the elder, "We did not find anything." However, Mo Wu paused for a moment. However, I hope to stay for a few more days. Once the death energy in the forbidden ruins has settled, we can take the risk to explore again. Everyone had goosebumps. Was there still a need to go to such a dangerous place? After hearing what was said, the fourth elder sighed. Mo Wu, I understand your intention to save Suyu. However, even if it was me, it would be difficult for me to survive that deadly energy. He has yet to come out. He has yet to come out. I am afraid. I cannot let the disciples of the faction risk their lives to look for a slim chance. Mo Wu's intentions were exposed. Her cold cheeks turned red. The sorrow in her eyes became even more intense. How could she not know that Suyu's chances of survival were infinitely close to zero? She only wanted to use her last bit of strength. All right, rest for tonight. Tomorrow, follow me back to the faction. However, right at this moment, a beautiful voice that was pleasing to the ear like a silver bell surged over from the horizon. Back to the faction? Do you think you have a chance? Whoosh! As everyone's pupils shrank, a black flying boat descended from the sky at an astounding speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A row of silver-robed guards descended from the black boat. There were about 20 of them. All of them were young men and women in their mid-20s. All of them had solemn expressions, cold and emotionless. Their cultivations caused the disciples at the scene to inhale deeply. The weakest among them was a 6th-level Holy King. The strongest among them had reached Dragon Realm Level 1 peak, comparable to Mo Wu. The strength of 20 people was enough to crush the disciples of 6th level and above in the abyss of Wudong. As for the lady leading them, her face was covered with a layer of veil. It was difficult to see her face. Only a pair of bright, moon-like eyes refracted an intoxicating light under the quiet moonlight. She wore a purple dress. Her alluring figure was clearly outlined. She had a pair of round peaks, a willowy waist, a perky butt, and a pair of round and slender legs. All of these aroused the most primitive desires of men. She was only in her 20s. She looked 18 or 19, the most beautiful age for a flower to bloom. However, her cultivation base was difficult for everyone to see through. In the eyes of many, she was clearly a weak and powerless lady. However, the group of frightening young men behind her respectfully lowered their heads. The fourth elder was aghast. Fear came from the depths of his soul. He uttered 4 bone-chilling words. Dark! Dark! Emperor! Dynasty! The terrifying empire of darkness had descended upon the abyss of Wudong. Escape immediately. Spread out and don't look back. Don't run in the direction of the faction. Without any hesitation, the fourth elder gave the order. At the same time, he himself was fleeing in public. Yes, he did not even have the courage to fight with the 18 or 19-year-old lady, because the fourth elder could not see through her cultivation base. Rumble! Mo Wu turned pale. The Empire of Darkness was such a frightening existence. Yet they were looking for them? Without any hesitation, Mo Wu turned and fled. Miss Hua, should we chase after them? Among the 20 young men, a young man at Dragon Realm Level 1 peak asked respectfully. The veiled lady's bright eyes were slightly curved, like a pair of crescent moons. Of course. Ignore the ants below 6th level Holy King. As for those above 6th level Holy King, capture them alive. The 3 Dragon Realm disciples must be captured alive. As for the fourth elder, leave him to me. Miss Hua instructed simply. Miss Hua, don't we need to kill them on the spot? The young man at Dragon Realm Level 1 peak asked carefully. Hearing this, Miss Hua's beautiful crescent moon-like eyes flashed with helplessness. Do you dare to kill the people from the Lucian faction? If that demon woman blames you, don't blame me for not saving you. Demon woman? Hearing this, the young man trembled. His eyes filled with an unprecedented respect. If you know, capture them alive. Of course, if they resist, you can kill them. Miss Hua added, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 20 of them were cold and silent, cooperating with each other. Two in a group, they spread out in all four directions, each locking onto a level 6 holy king target. Miss Hua looked in the direction of the fourth elder. Her lips slightly pursed. Old man, I will use you as a warm-up. Old fellow, I'll use you to warm up first. Then, I'll go to your sect and find the little bastard who killed my spiritual pet to settle the score. Whoosh! Miss Hua disappeared in the air, not even leaving a remnant shadow. At this moment, Su Yu awakened from his seclusion. His eyes widened, a beam of light blinking in his eyes. An unprecedented power filled his flesh. There was no need for him to summon spiritual energy. It hovered above his head, forming a faint cloud. Breaking through to 5th level upper tier, Holy King in one go, consecutively crossing 2 cultivation levels. Su Yu was delighted, as expected of a top-grade marrow cleansing elixir. Just a third of its medicinal effects had such power. Thinking of this, Su Yu was even more afraid. If he had swallowed the entire top-grade marrow cleansing elixir without anyone's reminder, he would have been left with a pile of minced meat. Yun Yazi slowly retracted his soul energy, a little doubtful. How strange. According to my calculations, you would need 2 days to digest such a large amount of medicinal effects. How did you manage to completely absorb it in a day? Could it be that there is something strange in your body that I have not discovered? Su Yu's heart thumped. His bloodline had been baptized by the red liquid of the 9-dragon cauldron, and was different from the bloodlines of ordinary people. Cough, cough. Maybe it was due to the pressure, but I absorbed the medicinal effects with half the effort. It is time to leave this place. Putting away his doubts, Yun Yazi nodded. Your breakthrough is greater than expected. There should be no suspense in passing through the crevice. So you took a deep breath. His spirit energy and the blue-green ice flame revolved around his body at the same time, and he dove into the crevice. At once, the blazing flames caused Su Yu's body to feel pain. But it was only pain, no harm. With that, Su Yu was finally at ease, and he continued to advance along the crevice. This crevice gradually snaked upwards, leading to the surface. A month ago there was an earthquake, and this crevice appeared by accident. That evil creature entered through the crevice and discovered my existence. I believe that the ruins within the ancient palace were also taken by that evil creature, Yun Yazi explained. Su Yu's mouth twitched. Ruins? The ruins within the ancient palace were the foundation of the Lucian faction. But in Yun Yazi's words, they were only ruins. But who was the evil creature that Yun Yazi was talking about? Finally, an hour later, Su Yu successfully passed through the crevice. Whoosh! Exiting the crevice, Su Yu let out a long breath. Surveying his surroundings, he was shocked to discover that he had escaped the forbidden ruins and was at the bottom of the abyss. A familiar ruin. This is... Su Yu immediately recognized that this ruin was the ruin where the red-eyed ghost had sneakily appeared. Could it be that the ghost shadow had disappeared from this secret crevice? Elder Yun Yazi, can you tell me who the evil creature is? Can you describe his appearance? A figure appeared in Su Yu's mind. Yun Yazi's voice turned serious. Little brat, you might be in trouble. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure descended from the sky above the abyss. Chapter 169. The newcomer was a woman in palace robes. She was 20 years old, but her strength had reached the peak of the 7th level. With such aptitude, apart from the top 10 disciples of the sect, who else could achieve this? The woman in the palace dress attacked fiercely, but when she got close, she leisurely withdrew her hand. Her red lips lightly curled. So, it's a 5th-rank junior. What a waste of time. When he finished speaking, he gave up on Su Yu and soared into the sky, flying to somewhere else. The danger came and went too quickly. The shock in Su Yu's heart gradually calmed down, and he had a grave expression. I'm afraid the abyss of Wudong is in trouble. Whoosh! Su Yu carefully flew to the abyss of Wudong. He stood at the edge of the abyss and looked around. His facial expression changed drastically. Within a 50-mile radius, a scene that made Suyu grave was playing out. A group of young experts with heaven-defying aptitudes were wantonly capturing rank 6 disciples of the abyss of Wudong. Those who stubbornly resisted were killed on the spot. 8 or 9 out of 10 rank 6 disciples were actually captured and killed. The battle had ended before it had even begun. The difference in strength between the two sides was too terrifying. Suyu was shocked. Where did such a group of powerful youths come from? However, the surprise only lasted for a moment before Suyu flew to the horizon. Their direction was also the opposite of the Lucian faction. It was obvious that they had come prepared. There must be many experts in the direction of the sect. Rashly flying back was tantamount to walking into a trap. The forest beneath his feet was dark and gloomy, like a passing shadow. However, Suyu's expression did not relax at all. Would the abyss of Wudong suffer a surprise attack signify some kind of upheaval? A sense of impending doom welled up in his heart. This escape lasted for several hours. The only thing that made Suyu feel relieved was that the strong martial artists along the way were not interested in Suyu, who was a 5th-level Holy King. Only 6th-level Holy Kings would attack him. Therefore, he escaped from the abyss of Wudong without mishap. However, just as Suyu heaved a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the sound of an intense fight and a feminine shout. "Emma Wu?" Suyu's heart turned cold. The person who could cause her to fall into a bitter battle was definitely not an ordinary person. Suyu carefully snuck over and observed the battle from afar. There was blood at the corner of Emma Wu's mouth. Her ice-cold, jade-like face was filled with killing intent. Her pair of almond-shaped eyes stared coldly at Tang Yishuan. "Traitor, you are actually a spy in the Empire of Darkness." No wonder the location of the abyss of Wudong was exposed. Tang Yishuan scolded with a cold expression. "Bitch!" Along the way, you shielded Suyu again and again. Now how are you going to show off? The man beside Tang Yishuan was the strongest among the 20 silver-clothed guards, a Dragon Realm level, 1-peak strong martial artist. His sharp gaze was filled with admiration as he sized up Emma Wu. "You are 20 years old and have abilities of Dragon Realm level 1-peak. Your aptitude is not bad. If you were in the Empire of Darkness, you would definitely be an important person to nurture. If you were to join the Empire of Darkness sincerely, you would definitely achieve great things in the future instead of staying in a corner of the continent." Emma Wu's eyes turned murderous. No need. A man could be without pride, but he could not be without pride. Forgive me for not being able to comply. Han Xiaowei, I have already said this before. This woman's temperament is cold and arrogant. It is impossible to communicate with her. This kind of person is extremely difficult to appease. The only way is to kill her on the spot. Tang Yishuan's eyes emitted a cold glint. Emma Wu shouted coldly, "I still have a wish that I haven't fulfilled. I will never die here. The ones who will die are you." "Cold Gale Sword," Emma Wu shouted and took out a soft sword from her waist. The silver light was dazzling and suffused with a cold light. Waves of cold intent circulated around the pale, white sword. With the silver sword in her hand, Emma Wu's temperament changed. Her jade face, which was already cold and emotionless, became even colder, as if she was an unsheathed sword, swift and fierce, tyrannical and cold. Tang Yishuan shivered. He quietly retreated a few steps and vigilantly said, "Although I launched a sneak attack on her and broke her meridians, her strongest point is her swordsmanship. With a sword in hand, my power will increase by 30%, and I will be unrivaled among those of the same level. She never draws her sword easily. If she does, she will fight with her life on the line. Be careful, Han Xiaowei." The 4 great core disciples of the sect had their own specialties. Emma Wu's speciality was the way of the sword. Han Xiaowei's expression gradually turned solemn. The moment Emma Wu held the long sword in her hand, He sensed danger, the danger of death. However, at the same time, a wisp of battle intent slowly burned. Good. Let me experience the might of your sword Tao. 3 lives, absolute sword. Han Shaowei stretched out 3 fingers on his right hand. His 3 fingers formed a sword, forming 3 sharp long swords. Every finger emitted a sharp sword aura that was not any weaker than a real sword. The 3 fingers overlapped, and the sword chi was oppressive. Rub, rub, rub. Tang Yixuan, who was behind him, involuntarily retreated a few feet. Lowering his head, he saw that his clothes had been pierced through by the sword chi. Through the holes, his body was covered with countless red dots. Tang Yixuan's scalp turned numb. This was only the remnant of the sword energy. If all the sword energy was directed at him, wouldn't he be killed by the 10,000 swords without a sound? Suyu, who was watching from afar, was shocked. Was this the power of the dragon realm? It was difficult for a holy king to comprehend its power. Whoosh! At that moment, Han Shaowei and Mo Wu disappeared from their original positions. When they reappeared, they were in the space between the 2 of them. Clang! The sound of metal clashing reverberated through the sky. The sharp sword energy spread in all directions. Creak! With the 2 of them as the epicenter, all the ancient trees within a 50-meter radius were cut in half. Broken leaves flew in the air and dust flew everywhere. The sound of crackling reverberated through the sky. The destructive power almost destroyed everything. Rub, rub. The 2 figures were in a stalemate for a moment. Han Shaowei's expression turned serious, and he retreated a few steps. His ruddy face gradually turned pale, and a trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Between the 2 of them, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Han Shaowei's eyes were filled with shock. What a strong will! What is your wish? At the moment they exchanged blows, Han Shaowei felt a strong will to live from his opponent's sword energy. She did not want to die just because her wish had not been fulfilled. What kind of wish could cause her sword energy to be so sharp? Tang Yixuan, I am not her match. This woman is indeed terrifying. Find the right opportunity to strike. Both of us will work together to capture and kill her. Han Shaowei was not an inflexible person. In a one-on-one battle, he was slightly inferior to this woman. Naturally, he had to work together to deal with her. Mo Wu's eyes were cold. She held a silver sword in her hand and looked like a goddess of war. She battled fiercely with Han Shaowei in the sky. Every sword contained the will to defy death. If there were disciples from the sanctum present, they would realize that she was very similar to Su Yu at the Battle of the Fallen Stars. She had to survive in adversity, displaying her great will. Hence, every sword contained an unprecedented power. Furthermore, every sword was sharper than the one before it. Han Shaowei, who was at the same cultivation level as her, could still fight her initially. However, after that, he could only defend himself. Creak! Finally, Mo Wu's cold sword pierced into Han Shaowei's shoulder. The tip of the sword turned, and a large amount of blood splattered. The intense pain almost caused the sword in Han Shaowei's hand to fall. Han Shaowei's heart was pounding. His low voice was filled with urgency and anxiousness. Tang Yixuan, attack quickly. This woman. She is too terrifying. The more he fought, the more fearful he became. At that moment, he no longer doubted that Mo Wu had the ability to kill someone of the same cultivation level as her. Tang Yixuan's expression was cold. He circled to Mo Wu's back and took advantage of Mo Wu's gap to launch a sneak attack. Mo Wu's expression changed. She slashed her sword and defended herself. However, Han Shaowei had fought for a long time and was experienced. Although it was only for a short moment, it was enough for him to catch the fatal sword. Whoosh! A shocking scene appeared. The long sword in Han Shaowei's hand left his hand. A silk thread was controlled by Han Shaowei's palm. Under the guidance of the silk thread, The sword was aimed at Mo Wu's vital point. Mo Wu was caught off guard. Both of them launched a sneak attack at the same time, and she could only choose to defend herself. Clang! At the critical moment, she chose to defend herself against Han Xiaowei. However, Tang Yixuan's treacherous palm hit her back without any resistance. Puff! Although it was not fatal, this palm had broken several of her meridians. The circulation of her spiritual energy was obstructed. The long sword in her hand shook, and she could not hold it any more. Her red lips violently spat out a mouthful of blood. When she was about to attack back furiously, Tang Yixuan had already evaded to one side. He sneered and said, "Bitch, you are still alive after taking 2 of my palms. You are as lucky as your ghost-faced master. You will die for insulting him." Mo Wu's eyes were burning with anger. She actually gave up on Han Xiaowei and chased after Tang Yixuan. It was as if Tang Yixuan had touched her reverse scale. Unexpectedly, Han Xiaowei took the opportunity to attack. "Tang Yixuan, let's do this. Let's join forces and kill this crazy woman here. When we return, we will definitely report to the imperial court." Tang Yixuan was overjoyed when he heard this. His lips curled into a mocking smile. "Come and chase after me. It's a pity that your good looks are going to be buried here today." Mo Wu's heart was filled with sorrow. Was she really going to be buried here? If she were to die, who would fulfill her wish? "Ha! Senior Tang seems to be enjoying himself. Why don't you let me join in as well?" A ridiculing voice came from the clouds in the sky. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Someone had actually come. Whiz! The white cloud surged, and a purple shadow descended from the sky. Silver hair and purple clothes. The unique hair color and clothes were Su Yu's most unique symbol. Although his purple robe was damaged and tattered, his eyes, which were as black as ink and contained stars, emitted a bright light that was difficult to look directly at. Han Xiaowei was slightly stunned. He then shouted coldly, "Tang Yixuan, you little ant, get rid of him immediately." Hearing this, Tang Yixuan's eyes were filled with an unprecedented joy. He thought that Su Yu had been buried in the ruins of the Forbidden Grounds. Even the shocking jade box had disappeared. He did not expect Su Yu to return alive. The heavens had decided that the shocking jade box, which no one knew about, would belong to him. "Su Yu, you actually dared to come out. Now I want to see, other than protecting a woman, what else do you have to rely on?" Tang Yixuan was overjoyed. His eyes were filled with passion, and he charged towards Su Yu with a flash. Su Yu's expression was calm. He passed through him and landed on Mo Wu's body. He calmly said, "Senior Mo, be careful. Leave Tang Yixuan to me." Mo Wu was surprised at first, then nervous. Finally, she became cold and arrogant. "I, Mo Wu, am enough. I do not need anyone's help. Leave immediately." Su Yu smiled. Even though her life was in danger, Mo Wu still insisted on being alone. Su Yu had once felt that Mo Wu was lonely. Now he finally understood why she was lonely. It was not that there was no one beside her. It was that there was no one in her heart. She walked alone, slowly on the path of fulfilling her wish. This was Mo Wu's persistence and loneliness. Su Yu did not speak. His gaze landed on Tang Yixuan. A cool breeze caressed his silver hair, revealing a pair of calm eyes. Chapter 170. Following which, Tang Yixuan's identity as a spy of the Empire of Darkness was revealed. All the questions had been answered. Why did Tang Yixuan target Su Yu time and time again? The reason was that Su Yu had killed people from the Empire of Darkness. At the place where Wudong sect's supremacy had passed away, Tang Yixuan had a murderous intent. Su Yu had asked him why he was targeting him. Tang Yixuan had said that Su Yu had killed someone he should not have killed. At first, Su Yu thought it was someone familiar to Lu Guang or Li Hao. He had never thought that Tang Yixuan was referring to the Empire of Darkness silver-clothed guards. Now that he thought about it, the exposure of the location of the abyss of Wudong and the sudden attack by the Empire of Darkness must have been Tang Yishuan's doing. Seeing that Su Yu did not dodge, Tang Yishuan became vigilant. He secretly looked to his left and right and sneered coldly. Why, other than hiding behind a woman's back? Do you still have a trump card? Trump card? Unfortunately, I do not need to use it to deal with you. Su Yu did not retreat. Instead, he advanced. He gathered a frightening amount of spiritual energy in his palm, and his palm collided with his opponent's. After Tang Yishuan ascertained that there was no ambush in the surroundings, his heart calmed down. A cold smile blossomed on the corner of his mouth. Tomorrow will be the anniversary of your death, crackle. However, the scene of Su Yu being struck half dead by the palm did not happen. On the contrary, Tang Yishuan retreated a few steps back. There was a metallic taste in his throat. A wave of vigorous spiritual energy invaded his body and wreaked havoc in every part of it. The ice-cold smile on his face froze. Tang Yishuan gasped, "You breakthrough to 5th level upper tier, Holy King? Also, what's with your spiritual energy? How could he be taller than me? I will tell you on the anniversary of your death next year," Su Yu said coldly as he strode forward. Whether it was the Wudong sect's Grandmaster space revealing its murderous intents or the desperate situation at the end of the ruins, Su Yu was determined to kill them all. Tang Yishuan found it hard to believe that in just a few days Su Yu, who was like a stray dog escaping from his hands, could actually turn the tables and step on his head. Again. Tang Yishuan was unwilling, and he shouted angrily, "Boom!" As they exchanged blows again, Su Yu condensed a mass of purple lotus flowers in his palm. Thunderbolts burst out, and the destructive power was dense. They collided, erupting with peerless might. Puff! Tang Yishuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the midst of the explosion, he was sent flying. His spiritual energy far surpassed Tang Yishuan's. With the help of his purple star divine lightning, which was at the 1st level of great perfection, he was able to suppress Tang Yishuan. After wiping off the blood at the corner of his mouth, Tang Yishuan finally accepted the cruel reality. Su Yu was already stronger than him, far stronger than him. Whoosh! Without hesitation, Tang Yishuan fled towards the abyss of Wudong. He turned his head and said fiercely, "Follow me if you have the guts!" The abyss of Wudong was controlled by the Empire of Darkness. If Su Yu dared to barge in, how could he return alive? Do you think I'm that stupid? Su Yu clasped his hands behind his back and stood there calmly. Tang Yishuan, who had escaped far away, ascertained that there was a safe distance between them. Then he turned around and shouted coldly, "All right, remember this, if you don't kill me today, there will be a day when I kill your entire family." However, in the face of his threat, Su Yu could only smile mockingly. "Do you think you can live past today? I'm not chasing you because you'll come back obediently." Tang Yishuan was slightly stupefied, and he did not understand what Su Yu meant. All of a sudden, Su Yu's eyes shone with 2 devilish bright moons. Not good. Tang Yishuan's facial expression changed greatly. However, it was too late for him to react. "God, I demon moon." After consuming the crystal spirit flower, he had broken through to the 1st stage of the Great Perfection stage, and he could now bewitch experts who were no more than 3 realms above him. Su Yu was a 5th level upper tier Holy King, and Tang Yishuan was a 6th level lower tier Holy King. In an instant, Tang Yishuan's eyes were filled with confusion. "Go! Your enemy is there. Take him down with you." Su Yu's words were calm. However, in Tang Yishuan's ears, there was an indescribable charm that made it hard for him to resist. Tang Yishuan flew toward Han Shaowei. Boom! Tang Yishuan brazenly attacked Han Shaowei. The spiritual energy in his body was condensed to the maximum. He was in a valiant and fearless state. Han Shaowei was currently being suppressed by Mo, so how could he intervene? Tang Yishuan had shattered the meridians in his heart on the spot. "Ah, Tang Yishuan, you trash!" Han Xiaowei flew into a rage. After parrying Mo Wu's attack with his sword, he flipped his hand and grabbed Tang Yishuan's chest. He wanted to get rid of the person in his way first. Puff! How terrifying was the attack of someone at the Dragon Realm? Tang Yishuan's chest was like a piece of paper. It was pierced by the hand claw, and his heart was crushed. At this moment, Tang Yishuan woke up from the pain and let out a horrible shriek. Ah! In a panic, Tang Yishuan grabbed Han Xiaowei, who was close to him, tightly out of his survival instinct. He screamed hysterically. Not good. Han Xiaowei was furious. The spiritual energy in his body vibrated, and he actually shattered Tang Yishuan's body into pieces. The horrible shriek came to an abrupt end. Blood splattered all over Han Xiaowei's body. Han Xiaowei did not hesitate and immediately retreated. At the moment when he retreated, a swift and fierce sword energy slashed at the spot where he was standing. Ah! With a horrible shriek, Han Xiaowei's arm was chopped off by the remnant sword energy. However, he managed to escape with his broken arm. In the blink of an eye, he dashed toward the abyss of Wudong. Mo Wu had been ambushed by Tang Yishuan twice and was seriously injured. How could she catch up with Han Xiaowei? In addition, the abyss of Wudong was controlled by the Empire of Darkness. Chasing after him was no different from walking into a trap. Phew! Mo Wu panted a few times. She was a little tired. Her beautiful eyes looked toward Suyu. Her lips wriggled and turned into an almost undetectable grunt. Don't think that I will thank you. Suyu's back was facing her, and he did not respond. Mo Wu was slightly angry. What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for Han Xiaowei to bring people back to take revenge? Suyu turned his head and sighed. Senior Mo, you should leave first. I might not be able to leave. Mo Wu was slightly stunned, and she did not understand what he meant. Just as she was about to open her mouth to ask, a familiar voice came from the forest beneath her feet. Haha, even though your abilities are weak, your observation skills are ridiculously strong. You can even sense my presence. Whoosh! A red-robed figure appeared as if he had teleported. He brought with him a strong gust of wind that destroyed everything. Mo Wu fixed her gaze on him and was shocked. Fourth Elder? The person in front of her was a red-robed elder. His expression was solemn and dignified. If he was not the fourth elder of the Lucian faction, who else could he be? Suyu was helpless. Looks like Senior Mo can't leave either. Suyu, what nonsense are you spouting? With the fourth elder here, we can successfully escape. Mo Wu lightly complained. Her mind was pondering the meaning behind Suyu's words. Could it be that the fourth elder wanted to harm them? But was that possible? What did they have that was worth the fourth elder taking action? However, the fourth elder let out a light laugh and shattered Mo Wu's last bit of hope. He is right. I did not want to attack you. Who asked you to be so ungrateful and refuse to leave? Now, don't blame me for making you stay as well. The fourth elder's expression suddenly turned cold. Suyu stared deeply at the fourth elder. If I am not wrong, the red-eyed ghost that I saw in the abyss of Wudong was you, fourth elder? Divine eyes of red flame. Your disciple, Yang Fan's ultimate technique, was imparted to him by you as his master, right? The red eyes that I saw should be the state you were in when you used the divine eyes of red flame. And the palace at the end of the ruins had already been plundered by you. Even the tunnel at the bottom of the crack and the red flames were left behind by you, right? Fourth elder? Mo Wu sucked in a breath of cold air. The forbidden ruins had actually been taken by the fourth elder for himself? If this matter was known by the faction, they would definitely join hands to kill him. But immediately, Mo Wu realized that since they knew about this matter, the fourth elder would not let them live. Hearing this, the fourth elder laughed loudly. I have always thought highly of your intelligence. Now it seems that I have underestimated you. You can actually guess my identity. The fourth elder could not hide his shock and surprise. His murderous intent gradually deepened. Originally, I only wanted to kill you to prevent you from spreading the news of the tomb at the bottom of the crack. I did not expect you to even be able to guess who I am. So, all the more I cannot let you live. Since Su Yu was able to leave the end of the ruins alive, he must have passed through the crack that appeared due to the earthquake. In other words, Su Yu must have noticed the shocking tomb without a tablet. If this matter were to spread back to the faction, it would definitely attract the attention of the faction master and the Great Elder. At that time, how could he use the ancient remnant souls hidden within? Thus, when he found out that Su Yu was still alive, he immediately wanted to kill him. Coupled with the fact that Su Yu had previously defeated his disciple and refused to give him the elixir, the narrow-minded Fourth Elder revealed his murderous intent. The matter was clear. The Fourth Elder was the evil creature who had tried to use the seal to tame Yin Yazi. The reason he had threatened and lured Su Yu to hand over the top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir was because Yin Yazi needed the elixir. He wanted to use the elixir to lure Yin Yazi into submission. A month ago, the earthquake had caused a crack to appear that led to the end of the Forbidden Ruins. Thus, the Fourth Elder was able to bypass the light barrier that restricted cultivation levels and quietly enter the ground. He discovered the shocking remnants of the ancient palace and plundered a large amount of treasures. He also discovered Yin Yazi, who had appeared due to the loosening of the seal. Spying on Yin Yazi's powerful soul, the Fourth Elder wanted to subdue him for his own use. Thus, he returned to the faction to look for the top-grade marrow-cleansing elixir, but his efforts were in vain. When he had used the seal to force Yin Yazi, he had unintentionally triggered the seal, causing Yin Yazi to produce an aura of death. He had no choice but to escape, allowing Su Yu to take advantage of him. You have finally shown your true colors. If you want to kill me, you should first think of another enemy. Su Yu's crystalline eyes flashed, shooting toward the other side of the forest. Miss of the Empire of Darkness, it must have been hard for you to watch the show for so long. Aren't you afraid that the enemy will run away? Not only Mo, but the Fourth Elder's cold expression also froze. What an interesting lad. What an interesting little fellow. Did you discover me long ago? A voice that was as sweet as a silver bell floated over. It was a graceful young lady with a veil covering her face. Her bright eyes were like crescent moons when she smiled. It's you. Didn't I get rid of you? The Fourth Elder sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, during the chase, he had taken the initiative to escape. He had restrained his aura multiple times, changed his direction, and finally managed to shake off this lady. But from Su Yu's words, this young lady had been hiding nearby while he was hiding, looking like she was watching a good show. If that was the case, didn't that mean that he had not escaped from the young lady's control? Originally, I wanted to let you be happy for a while. That would be more interesting. Unfortunately, I was exposed by this lad. Now, the young lady's crescent moon-like eyes were accompanied by her bell-like voice. She suddenly became cold and fierce. Now it is no longer interesting. Old man, surrender or send you on your way. You decide. Chapter 171. The Fourth Elder's scalp went numb, and he swallowed hard. How could he still care about Su Yu? Without another word, he fled immediately. The young lady took light steps and chased after Su Yu in the air. Before she left, she turned around and smiled at Su Yu. Her crescent, moon-like, beautiful eyes were filled with happiness. You should escape quickly. After I take care of that old thing, it will be your turn. You killed my precious snow lion, so I will not let you off easily. With that, the young girl chased after the Fourth Elder as if she had teleported. Su Yu's whole body shivered. The owner of the snow lion? That day, when Li Xiaowei escaped in a hurry, he had said that Su Yu had killed Miss Hua's spiritual pet and that the Empire of Darkness would come looking for him. Could it be that the young girl before him was Miss Hua, a strong martial artist who could hunt down the Fourth Elder, Su Yu? He might not even have the strength to fight back. Su Yu, quickly follow me back to the faction." Mo Wu's expression changed. Unexpectedly, after Su Yu pondered it for a moment, a resolute look flashed in his eyes. "Senior sister, please go back first. I'm the one she's looking for, so I can't implicate you." However, who knew that Mo Wu was unusually persistent? Her white hands clasped onto Su Yu's shoulders, and her emotionless eyes revealed a rarely seen ripple. "I cannot abandon you for the second time." Su Yu had no choice but to secretly look at the jade box in his chest. Yun Yazi's soft sigh reached her ears. "There's no other way. Let's bring her along with us." Su Yu was not confident that he could escape Miss Hua's pursuit. Looking at how confident he was, Miss Hua would probably return in no time. An ordinary escape would not be able to escape from Miss Hua's hands. Yun Yazi was grateful to Su Yu for giving him pointers on how to escape. However, he did not expect Mo Wu to be so concerned about him. "All right, but senior sister Mo, I hope you can listen to me." Su Yu nodded. Mo Wu's eyes turned cold. Listen to Su Yu? But then he remembered that Su Yu was able to return from the Forbidden Ruins alive, so he must have something special about him. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. "Sure, but I must agree to it first. I have to take responsibility for you." Su Yu agreed with the first half, but the second half? Su Yu was embarrassed. After exchanging opinions, Mo Wu asked, "Tell me your plan." Which direction did he flee to? Where? Su Yu's eyes flickered. "The most dangerous place is also the safest place, so why do we need to flee? Stay where you are." At the same place? Mo Wu was slightly startled. As for Su Yu, he had already descended to the ground. Due to the great battle just now, the trees had been destroyed, and there were many places for him to hide. Su Yu chose one of them, dug a pit that was as wide as two people, and jumped into it. Mo Wu frowned. The most dangerous place is indeed the safest place. However, in the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots are useless. It is impossible for that young lady to not sense our presence. Su Yu revealed a faint smile. "Don't worry, I have my ways." Looking at Su Yu's confident and calm eyes, Mo Wu could not help but trust him. She clenched her teeth and chose to jump into it. The pit was wide enough for two people to sit cross-legged, but it was only enough. "Time is tight. Please forgive me, senior sister." Su Yu apologized, after which he carefully placed the broken tree branches on top of his head. After which he used the divine ice threads to pass through the gaps of the roof and carefully covered the soil that he had dug out. From the outside, it seemed as if nothing had changed at all. The only change was that the soil was slightly arching up, but it was also blocked by the broken branches. The two of them sat cross-legged in the cave. They could hear their breathing. Mo Wu's face turned slightly red. In order to alleviate the awkwardness, she raised her head and looked at the sky. Su Yu was also a little embarrassed, holding his breath and concentrating. At this moment, he heard Yun Yazi's voice. "I thought you were only proficient in ice techniques. I did not expect you to cultivate lightning techniques as well. Unfortunately, you are too late," Yun Yazi said regretfully. Previously, Yun Yazi had detected Su Yu using Purple Star Thunderbolt to deal with Tang Yishuan. Su Yu was slightly stunned. He suddenly remembered the rumor that there was an immortal-level lightning-based technique in the Forbidden Ruins. His eyes were suddenly filled with passion. "Elder Yunya, is there really an immortal-level lightning-based technique in the abyss of Wudong?" Immortal-level technique? Yun Yazi was slightly stunned, after which his tone became a little strange. "Yes, there is indeed an immortal-level lightning-based technique. However, you are too late. This technique exists in the 10 palaces at the end of the Forbidden Grounds. It should have fallen into the hands of the 4th elder that you mentioned. Now, it should have fallen into the hands of that young lady." Su Yu's heart instantly turned cold. It had fallen into the hands of Miss Hua. Elder Yunya, with your abilities, what are the chances of you winning against Miss Hua? Suyu asked. If Yunyazi could defeat her directly, he could snatch the immortal level technique. But Yunyazi lightly shook his head. It is not possible now. I should be able to recover my abilities to the same level as her after resting for a few months. After all, she is Dragon Realm level 7 peak. It is difficult for me to reach her level when I have just broken the seal. Suyu gasped. Dragon Realm level 7 peak? To have such abilities at such a young age, it is incredible. Just as he finished exclaiming, the air above his head suddenly changed. Horizon quietly said, "She's here. Do not use your eyes to investigate. For a strong martial artist of her level, even a weak gaze can be felt." Suyu's heart trembled. He quietly sent a message to Mo Wu. Mo Wu's expression changed, and she hurriedly retracted her gaze. Whoosh! Up in the sky, Miss Hua's crescent eyes surveyed the surroundings. She laughed and muttered to herself, "There is no aura left in the surroundings. There's no remnant aura in the surroundings." In other words, that little fellow didn't leave? Smiling, Miss Hua's beautiful eyes slowly lowered. The area where her gaze landed was extremely accurate, locking onto the area where Suyu and his group were. They had been discovered. Suyu's expression changed slightly. Mo Wu clenched her jade-like hands nervously, her heart thumping wildly. Interesting. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Does this little kid understand this logic as well? It's a pity that you met me. Miss Hua's eyes narrowed, her slender, jade-like fingers pointing downwards. Rumble, bang. A 5-meter deep crater was blasted open at the place she pointed at. But it was not the crater where Suyu and his group were. Suyu was slightly relieved. It looked like they had not been discovered, but Miss Hua had only suspected them. Suyu felt grateful, quietly sending a message. "Thank you, Elder, for using your soul to envelop us and isolate our auras." That was the reason why Suyu dared to stay there. Yunyazi had used his powerful soul to envelop the two of them in secret, isolating their auras. That was why they were not discovered by the powerful Miss Hua. But the situation was not optimistic. Miss Hua's crescent moon-like smile became even more brilliant. "This is more interesting. Much more interesting than that old thing." Rumble, bang. With another flick of her finger, an area 100 feet away from the crater where Suyu was blasted into pieces on the spot. Hee, interesting, interesting. Let's see how long you can hide. Miss Hua was full of smiles, her fingertips sighing continuously. Rumble, bang, bang. As Miss Hua continued to tap, the entire place was filled with the sounds of explosions. Large patches of land were blasted to the point of rolling, and everything within sight had been reduced to charred ruins. Horrifying deep pits rose and fell one after another, messily strung together. The pits were full of holes, like a string of broken pearls. Miss Hua's smile gradually disappeared. Within the area she had locked onto, it was a scene of desolation. Only 2 or 3 patches of land that were as wide as water jars were intact. But Suyu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Miss Hua stared at the remaining 3 patches of land that were as wide as water jars, slightly embarrassed and angry. To think that she had blasted a patch of land indiscriminately. In the end, it was like playing the lute to a cow. "Humph, I don't believe I can't find you." Miss Hua's cold eyes swept past, shooting in the opposite direction of Lucian faction. Before she left, she casually struck a patch of land that was as wide as water jars, but there was still no one there. At this point, Miss Hua had completely given up. Her crescent moon eyes were filled with shame and anger as she chased after Suyu. What she did not know was that one of the 2 remaining patches of land that were as wide as water jars was where Suyu and Mo Wu were. Although the explosion just now did not blow up their cave, It had caused the cave to crumble. The strong energy of the explosion caused the patch of land behind Suyu to collapse, pressing down on his back. Due to the angle, Suyu pounced forward. His head coincidentally entered the ravine between Mo Wu's breasts. The hot, soft, bouncy, and smooth sensation instantly filled his face. Suyu was shocked. Just as he was about to sit up, the patch of land behind him shook slightly due to his movements. Not good. Suyu immediately stopped moving, his expression extremely grave. But at this moment, Mo Wu's icy cold voice could be heard. Get up! If one observed carefully, Mo Wu's voice was trembling. Her icy face was as red as a red veil. Her breathing had also quickened, extremely labored. She, who had lost the rhythm of her breathing, rose and fell rapidly, causing Suyu's face to feel even more pressured. Suyu transmitted his voice gravely. Senior Mo, don't move. She did not leave. As if to prove Suyu's words with a whooshing sound, a gust of wind came from above their heads. It was Miss Hua who had left and returned. Standing on top of their heads, Miss Hua surveyed the surroundings coldly, letting out a cold voice. Humph! She is really not here. After saying this, she left in a flash. In the underground cave, Suyu heaved a sigh of relief. Mo Wu's heart, which had risen to her throat, gradually calmed down, after which she felt the difference between her breasts. Her face turned red in an instant. She bit her teeth and sent a message. Get up! Suyu's expression did not change, remaining stern. Don't move. If she had really left, she would not have spoken in front of everyone. Mo was going crazy. She could not push Suyu away, but she could not bear the thought of a man collapsing in her most sacred and sensitive spot. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Suyu collapsed between her breasts, inhaling the wonderful fragrance and enjoying the softness. Unfortunately, Suyu could not split his attention to appreciate it. His nerves were tense, not daring to relax. Whoosh! Finally, Suyu's prediction was right. Miss Hua had returned. Her expression had changed from a smile to one of exasperation. Her beautiful eyes surveyed the surroundings coldly, biting her teeth. Little B** starred. Although I do not know what method you used to hide, you should be proud of yourself for being able to avoid my detection. But remember this. One day, I will catch you personally. Miss Hua was furious. She stomped her feet ferociously, wanting to fly away. However, her subconscious stomping of her feet made her feel that something was amiss. There seemed to be a hole in the ground beneath her feet. Chapter 172. The game is over. Miss Hua tapped her feet lightly, and the ground beneath her feet exploded. The violent explosion produced a frightening energy, causing Suyu and Mo Wu's expressions to change. An illusion of death surged wildly in their hearts. They had finally been discovered. Mo Wu's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. Let's fight! But a muffled voice came from the two peaks. Sigh! I can only use my last resort! Space control. Suyu roared in his heart. His wine-red right eye glowed with a red light, illuminating the narrow cave. Whoosh! A strange scene appeared. Suyu and Mo Wu, who were wrapped in the red light, disappeared at the same time. At the critical moment, Suyu teleported himself and Mo Wu. At that moment, the explosion descended. Soil flew in all directions, and the ground cracked. The cave that Suyu and Mo Wu were hiding in was instantly exposed. But looking at it, it was empty, only filled with the remnants of their auras. Miss Hua's smile froze. Her gaze turned cold as she looked at the last piece of ground that was still intact. But Suyu was nowhere to be seen. Miss Hua's smile turned cold. Although I do not know what method you used to escape, the temperature and aura in the cave mean that you left not long ago. Her bright eyes narrowed as she coldly looked at the surroundings. But at that moment, a series of pathetic cries came from the abyss of Wurong. A fiery red figure broke free from his restraints and charged into the sky, turning into a ray of red light as it disappeared into the horizon. Miss Hua's expression turned cold. Old thing, he actually escaped. Whoosh! After hesitating for a moment, Miss Hua clenched her teeth and let out a low grunt. Little be asterisk starred, remember this. Don't even think of escaping from me next time. Saying this, she shot into the horizon and returned to the abyss of Wudong. What happened? I have already sealed his meridians, and he is no different from a cripple. I even took all the treasures on him. Why did you let him escape? Miss Hua descended. Han Xiaowei covered his bleeding arm and said doubtfully he used self-mutilation to break his sealed meridians and forcefully activate a treasure hidden in his mouth to escape at a shocking speed. Miss Hua was furious. There was a treasure hidden in his mouth? Old thief! I was too careless. Miss Hua, what should we do? Han Xiaowei asked unwillingly. It seemed that Miss Hua was unable to capture the two people who had severed her arms alive. Frowning slightly, Miss Hua said coldly, "Don't bother about them for the time being. Search the abyss of Wudong first, that which is waiting for us to hand over the cultivation methods that we have collected." The scorched land was silent and devoid of life. All of a sudden, a head popped out from the ground. Although he was in a sorry state, he could not hide his joy. It was Suyu who had just escaped. Immediately after, a jade-like face covered in dust drilled out of the ground. It was Emma Wu. Delight and surprise appeared on her pretty face as she asked, "Suyu, how did you do it?" Before she could finish her sentence, Emma Wu stopped abruptly. The two of them were almost face to face. Their lips touched, almost kissing each other, especially when Emma Wu moved her red lips. It was inevitable that their lips would come into close contact. In a split second, Emma Wu's face turned red and she almost screamed, "You, shameless!" Emma Wu's embarrassment turned into anger. She recalled the scene in the cave where he shamelessly lay between her breasts for a full hour. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Until now, she still felt that her breasts were swollen and numb. Suyu also felt awkward. He immediately turned his head and crawled out from the ground. Shaking off the soil on his body, Suyu and Emma Wu had a tacit understanding. Without another word, they immediately left the area. After flying continuously for a day and a night, Suyu had no choice but to stop and rest temporarily after his spirit energy was depleted. Since she did not chase after us for a day, I think that young lady will not chase after us. Emma Wu heaved a sigh of relief. Her fragrant body slumped onto the ground as she recalled the events of the previous day. The appearance of the Empire of Darkness was too sudden. That oppressive power made people shudder with fear. The 9 6th-level Holy Kings were all captured within an hour. The 4th Elder was also captured alive by the mysterious Miss Hua. This matter must be reported to the faction immediately. Emma Wu muttered to herself. Suyu adjusted his breathing for a moment and opened his eyes slightly. This matter is of great importance. Senior Emma, please return to the faction first. I cannot drag you down. In terms of speed, Suyu was no match for Emma Wu. After some thought, knowing that Suyu was safe, Emma Wu nodded her head. All right. However, there is only 1.5 months left until the Xianyin contest. With your speed, even if you were to travel, you would need about a month. You cannot delay during the journey. Otherwise, if you miss the ancient Xianyin temple and Qin Xianer faces the threat of death, I will help you hand her over to Chao Xian. Her last sentence made Su Yu's heart tremble. He nodded his head. I understand. I, Su Yu, can save my own woman. There is no need for me to beg others. It's good that you understand. However, I have to remind you that there are only 20 slots in the ancient Xianyin temple. Furthermore, the person who is ranked in the top 20 in the sect is at least a 7th-level peak Holy King. Your current strength is still far from that, Emma Wu warned. Every disciple of the faction's 10 elders was a strong martial artist of the Dragon Realm. The remaining 10 places were occupied by all the 7th level peak Holy Kings. So you could easily deal with a 6th level lower tier Holy King. However, a 7th level peak Holy King was too far away. With a calm expression, Suyu cupped his fists and said, "I have never given up hope." "You're on your own." Emowu looked at Suyu deeply and flew away. After some time, Suyu's hands, which were in his sleeves, trembled uncontrollably. To Suyu, a 7th level peak Holy King was too far away. How could he reach the level of a 7th level peak Holy King in just a month and a half? Even though his expression was calm, his heart could not be at peace. However, thinking of Siener's petite face, Suyu's heart gradually became determined. The person that I, Suyu, want to save? Who can snatch her? Even the heavens cannot. Suyu took a deep breath, his eyes filled with a strong rebellious intent. In his entire life, he had risen from a humble beginning. He had gone against fate and the heavens to achieve what he had today. He would not give up easily until the very last moment. It was because of this rebellious intent that Suyu had walked step by step to where he was today. However, the gap between him and a 7th level Holy King was difficult to make up for. Suyu found it difficult to find a way to train. "Haha, your willpower is not bad. It is similar to that little girl's charm. Both of you have a willpower that refuses to admit defeat." Yun Yazi smiled as he leisurely said. Suyu calmed the waves in his heart and regained his calm expression. With a tinge of bitterness, he said, "How can everything in this world be decided by willpower? What I do is to have a clear conscience. When I am in despair, I can tell myself that I have fought and fought for it, that I have no regrets. No regrets." Yun Yazi sighed. He was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking and hesitating. After an unknown amount of time, he made up his mind and said, "Suyu, are you willing to become my disciple?" "Become your disciple?" Suyu's heart trembled. Yun Yazi was unfathomable and was a divine being. Suyu had never hoped to become his disciple. Suyu realized that perhaps becoming Yun Yazi's disciple would be another turning point in his life. In his life, there were 2 people who had turned his life around. The first was the Duke of Xinyu, who was also his father-in-law. It was he who had given Suyu a chance to enter a wider stage. The second was Li Guang, his master in name. It was he who had given Suyu a chance to enter the Jinlong continent, the real world. And now, Yun Yazi was the third person to change Suyu's fate. Intuition told Suyu that he would change Suyu's life. But Suyu thought back to Li Guang before his death. He thought back to Li Guang's gratified smile when he heard Suyu call him master. Suyu's face showed a deep struggle. On one hand, he was a powerful martial artist, a lifetime opportunity. On the other hand, he was indebted to his master. Suyu was caught between a rock and a hard place. After a long time, Suyu gently lifted his head and sighed. "Thank you, Elder Yun Yazi, for your kindness. I once had a master in name, but he died because of me. I have not avenged him, so I cannot choose another master." It was as if he had used the last of his strength to say these words. Suyu knew that he had missed the greatest opportunity of his life, but at the same time, he knew that his conscience had been baptized. Even if he had to be mediocre for the rest of his life, Suyu had no regrets as he thought back to this day. "Are you sure about your choice? I, Yun Yazi, have only taken in one disciple in name only. Today, that disciple can destroy all the powerful martial artists of the Jinlong continent with a single hand. Your faction will be destroyed by my disciple in name only with a flick of his finger. He begged me to take him in as my official disciple all his life, but I never agreed. Now, are you sure about your choice?" Suyu's heart trembled as he gasped. A disciple in name could look down on all the powerful martial artists of the Jinlong continent? How powerful would that person be? What kind of mythical existence was Yun Yazi, his master? Deep within Suyu's heart, he was shocked. But the shock in his heart did not affect Su Yu's judgment. Taking a deep breath, Su Yu said apologetically, "My choice is still the same. I cannot forget my master's kindness. I do not regret my decision today." Su Yu sighed in his heart. He knew that he had completely cut off the greatest opportunity of his life. No expert could tolerate their disciple worshipping another master in their heart. That would be disrespectful and humiliating to him. But what Su Yu did not expect was that, after a moment of silence, Yunyazi suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed. His laughter was clear and bright, reaching the heavens. It was as if he had not laughed so heartily in a long time. "Junior, I have seen countless people in my life, but this is the first time I have seen someone as stupid as you." Su Yu laughed at himself. "That's right. Apart from me, who would reject Elder Yunyazi's kindness?" Su Yu felt bitter in his heart. He had missed the greatest opportunity of his life. But Yunyazi's tone changed. "But it is the first time I have seen someone as stupid as you who values kindness and loyalty." Gradually, Yunyazi's tone became melancholic, as if recalling the past. "If I had met you first back then, I would not have ended up like this." Su Yu was stunned. It seemed that Yunyazi had a past that no one knew about. This old man was blind once. This time, this old man will gamble again. Whoosh! Within the jade box, Yunyazi's soul body surged out, transforming into a human figure. His white robe fluttered, and his white hair and beard fluttered without wind. His eyes were like the sun and moon, bright and resplendent. His old face was solemn and dignified. A formless emperor's aura surged around his body. A clear voice pierced through the clouds, reverberating between heaven and earth. Chapter 173. Su Yu sighed. "Senior, thank you for your kindness, but you don't have to rush to answer me now. You can answer me after you've avenged your master." Yunyazi smiled. Su Yu was excited and grateful. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder Yunya. However, I won't interfere in your master's vengeance. You'll have to avenge it yourself. This is my respect for you, and it's also my test for you before you take me as your master. If you're unable to complete it, then I'll have to reconsider taking you as my disciple." Yunyazi added, "That's exactly what I had in mind. As a disciple, how could I let an outsider avenge my teacher?" Su Yu was grateful for Yunyazi's respect. Yunyazi nodded in satisfaction. Good. Until you have avenged your master, I will stay in your jade box. As a reward for living here, I will guide you in your cultivation carefully for the next month and a half." At the same time that Su Yu was pleasantly surprised, his eyes were a little gloomy. If he had met Yunyazi earlier, he might have had a chance of defeating a 7th level peak Holy King. However, it was already too late. The distance between a 5th level upper tier Holy King and a 7th level peak Holy King was like the distance between heaven and earth. In just a month and a half, there was almost no possibility of making up for it. As if he had seen through Su Yu's thoughts, Yunyazi chuckled. "What's so difficult about a mere 7th level peak? If you follow my guidance, it would not be a problem for you to reach the Dragon Realm in a month and a half." Su Yu was terrified and shocked. His throat seemed to be blocked by something. He himself did not even dare to hope for a 7th level peak Holy King. But Yunyazi could help him achieve the Dragon Realm quickly? However, the prerequisite is that you must be able to endure hardship. Yunyazi added lightly. Hearing this, Su Yu laughed. "Suffer? If I, Su Yu, was afraid of suffering, I would still be a nameless student on Shinua Island. Since that's the case, let's begin." The corners of Yunyazi's mouth curled into a playful smile. He pointed at the huge rock at the foot of the hill and said, "Carry it." When Su Yu looked over, the corners of his mouth twitched. It was a giant rock with a diameter of 5 feet. It weighed at least 2 tons, which was equivalent to a small car in his previous life. With such a weight on one's body, an ordinary person's bones would definitely break. However, Su Yu's constitution had been improved to such an extent that he had transcended ordinary people. Su Yu took a light breath and tried to use the strength of his flesh and blood. However, the giant rock did not budge an inch. With a single thought, Zhang Xian circulated his spiritual energy and circulated it through his flesh and blood. In an instant, his strength increased tremendously. Ha! With a low grunt, Su Yu grabbed the gap between the rocks with both of his hands. Exerting strength in both of his arms, the 2-ton rock finally left the ground and was lifted by Su Yu. Although it felt heavy, with the help of spiritual energy, it wasn't difficult. Elder, now that I've carried the giant rock, how should I train next? Su Yu's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Yun Yazi casually said, Boulder, I want you to carry that small mountain. Boom! Su Yu's body stiffened, and the giant rock in his hand smashed onto the ground with a loud bang. Little. Small hill? Su Yu raised his head stiffly and looked at the small hill in front of him. It was at least 30 feet tall, its towering shadow enveloping the tiny Su Yu. At a glance, this small mountain weighed at least 100 tons. Senior, are you sure it's this hill? Su Yu's mouth was dry. With such a weight on his body, even the current Su Yu would be crushed into minced meat. However, Yun Yazi said calmly, Why, is it very heavy? Whoosh! Yun Yazi flicked his sleeves, and a rumbling sound could be heard. The entire small hill was lifted from the ground by his soul energy and floated several meters into the air. Catch! Yun Yazi calmly said, flicking his finger. Whoosh! Rumble! The entire small hill, with a rumbling sound, pressed down on Su Yu. Is this training, or is this for my life? Su Yu's expression changed. At the critical moment, he desperately revolved his spiritual energy. However, Su Yu's intuition told him that even if he used all his spiritual energy, Su Yu would still be crushed into minced meat. Glazed ice flame. Su Yu's entire body was burning with a 60-foot ice flame, freezing everything. Yun Yazi was calm, leaning against a big tree and nodding his head. Ice-based cultivation technique. Among the legacies, it is considered the best. It has the shadow of an immortal-level cultivation technique, but it is still weak and its power is average. Even though the ice flame was activated to its maximum, the small hill was not obstructed and was crushed. The 60-foot ice flame only held the small hill back for a moment before it was completely extinguished. At this critical moment, Su Yu did not hold back. Divine ice battle armor. Creak! The divine ice ring in his robes shot out countless divine ice threads, quickly weaving them into a mighty armor that covered Su Yu's body. It made his frail body look valiant and extraordinary. The ice flame grew from 60 feet to 70 feet. Yun Yazi's calm eyes had a slight ripple. Oh, an ice-based divine artifact? And forcefully controlled by you? Unfortunately, you can only unleash 30% of the divine artifact's power. Average. Rumble. The 70 feet ice flame lasted for 2 breaths before it was extinguished again. Seeing the small hill pressing down on him, Su Yu clenched his teeth and used everything he had learned. Heavenly punishment of ice and thunder. The half-divine grade holy decree pierced through the air, shooting straight toward the small hill. Yun Yazi's eyes revealed a rare look of admiration. Comprehending a half-divine grade holy decree at the age of 15 is enough to show that your level of comprehension is not bad. Furthermore, there is a natural rhythm within the holy decree. Unfortunately, you have only scratched the surface, and its power is average. The small hill did not stop, pressing down with a rumble. It was only a meter away from Su Yu. At the last moment, Su Yu clenched his teeth. Space control! The red light filled the sky, enveloping the small hill in an attempt to move it away. But the target was too big and it could not be moved. Yun Yazi's old eyes finally revealed a serious expression. What surprises me the most is your ability to control space. If I am not wrong, you should be an abnormal spirit. You have the talent to control space, but your talent is weak. What a pity. There was only half a meter left. He could not hold on any longer. Su Yu's left eye flickered with a purple light. The seal of time was unleashed. In an instant, the small hill froze in midair. Yun Yazi stood up abruptly, his face filled with shock. Innate time talent? How is that possible? You can control both time and space talents at the same time? Time was king, space was God. Mastering either one of the talents would allow one to stand at the same level. But Su Yu could control both at the same time. Even Yun Yazi, who had exceptional eyesight and boundless experience, was deeply shocked. After observing for a moment, Yun Yazi was slightly disappointed. Although the innate time talent is stronger than space, it is still not strong enough. It can still be used in the Holy King realm, but it is useless in the Dragon realm. The small hill crushed the seal of time, finally suppressing it completely. Su let out a low roar. He wore the divine ice battle armor and defended himself crazily, but the absolute pressure caused Suyu to have no way of resisting, and he was suppressed on the spot. Puff! Suyu opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was crushed to the ground. The intense pressure caused his internal organs to tremble, and his body felt like it was about to explode. But the scene of him being crushed into minced meat did not happen. Su Yu was bewildered. After careful observation, he realized that there was a layer of weak soul energy circulating above the small hill. I have used my soul energy to hold the small hill. Currently, it is only 1/10 of the small hill's weight. In a month and a half, you will carry this small hill and train until you reach the abilities of a 7th level peak Holy King. Of course, if you cannot take the pain and give up halfway, you can still put down the small hill. But you will also lose the right to be my disciple. If you cannot even take this little bit of pain, you will not be able to achieve anything in the future. Su Yu could not even move his fingers under the pressure, but he circulated all the energy in his body, clenching his teeth. I will not give up. All right, then start training. 1/3 of the top-grade marrow cleansing elixir's power is sealed in your body. You can start to absorb it now. Yun Yazi sat down again, slowly closing his eyes. This is the first step of your training. Stand up. Before this, Suyu had absorbed 1/3 of the top-grade marrow cleansing elixir's power, and Yun Yazi had also absorbed 1/3. The remaining 1/3 was completely sealed in Suyu's body. Whoosh! Suyu had difficulty breathing under the pressure. His face flushed red. But he still listened to Yun Yazi's suggestion, gradually releasing the seal. At that moment, the spirit energy in his body spread. It was like a flood or a ferocious beast, engulfing Su Yu's meridians. A feeling of being filled to the brim by the violent energy welled up in his heart, causing his heart to thump wildly. Looking at Yun Yazi, he had closed his eyes and was meditating, completely unaware that Su Yu was in danger. With no one to help him, Su Yu clenched his teeth, crazily revolving the blood in his body to disperse the explosive power of the elixir to every part of his body. The intense pain continued, but Su Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that, under the extreme pressure, the circulation of his blood was much faster than usual. The explosive power was dispersed to every part of his body at an extremely fast speed, avoiding the danger of his body exploding. Although the pain was unbearable, causing Su Yu to clench his teeth and break out in a cold sweat, it was not as comfortable as when Yun Yazi used his soul to guide the flow of energy. But he relied on his own strength to gradually clear the violent energy. At that moment, Yun Yazi, who was resting with his eyes closed, calmly said, "A person's potential will only be unleashed in a desperate situation. I am unable to provide you with a truly desperate situation, but I can provide you with extreme pressure. In such a situation, your training will be twice the result with half the effort. Su suddenly understood Yun Yazi's intentions. Filled with gratitude, he desperately absorbed the elixir's power, seeking a breakthrough in his cultivation base. After a few hours, a buzzing sound could be heard in Su mind. Under the violent energy, he had finally broken through to 5th level peak Holy King. Rise. The breakthrough in his cultivation base was accompanied by the explosive increase of his spirit energy and the improvement of his physique. Su clenched his teeth, let out a low roar, and climbed up with difficulty. Rumble. The small mountain on his body shook continuously, as if there was a frightening thing at the bottom of the mountain that was trying to break free from its suppression. Su's forehead was dripping with beads of sweat. He clenched his teeth so hard that his white teeth looked like they were about to shatter. The bones in his 4 limbs were making crackling sounds, and there were faint signs of them breaking. But Su climbed up bit by bit. Although it was difficult and slow, he slowly climbed up. Finally, after a cup of tea's time, Su successfully climbed up, carrying the entire small mountain on his shoulders. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He was in a sorry state after being suppressed for a long time, but he could not hide the joy in his eyes. "Elder, I have stood up." Yun Yazi slowly opened his eyes, nodding his head slightly. "You are 2 hours faster than I expected. You are indeed more determined than an average person. Since that is the case, let's begin the 2nd step of training, walk." The first step was to stand up. The second step was to walk. Everything was like a baby, starting from scratch. Under Yun Yazi's guidance, Su felt that he had obtained a new lease of life on his path of training. Su calmed his heart, carrying the small mountain, and once again tried his best to absorb the remaining elixir's power. Yun Yazi was satisfied with Su's hard work and training, and a mysterious smile flashed past his lips. "If you successfully take this step, I will bring you to a place that is your dream. That place will be the place where you achieve the abilities of a dragon realm." Chapter 174. The Place of My Dreams? In Yun Yazi's eyes, what kind of sacred place would it be to be called a dream? Su found it hard to imagine. These words made Su excited, and he absorbed the medicinal power with all his might. Under the heavy pressure, the circulation of his blood accelerated. The medicinal power flowed into his limbs and bones at an unprecedented speed, causing Su's cultivation level to rise rapidly. Finally, after a few hours, the last bit of medicinal power was used up. Su's mind buzzed. He had broken through to 6th level Holy King. In the Forbidden Grounds, Su had spent a day to digest and absorb 1/3 of the medicinal power. But now, under the heavy pressure, Su had only spent half a day. Just as Yun Yazi had said, under extreme circumstances his potential exploded and he could achieve twice the results with half the effort. 6th level Holy King. Su could not believe that he had broken through so quickly. Before coming to the abyss of Wurong, Su had barely broken through to 4th level upper tier Holy King. But in just half a month, he had become a 6th level Holy King. It was like a dream. If he had not experienced it himself, Su would not have believed it. The unprecedented power had caused Su's confidence to soar. Xianyan contest. Shi Ruolin, Chao Xian, Hanji. All of you, just you wait. I, Su, am catching up to all of you. Very soon, I will take off all of your heads. Restraining his surging emotions, Su looked at his toes, clenched his teeth, and took a step forward. Lifting his left leg, his right leg, which was the only support, bore all the pressure. Crack! A light cracking sound indicated that the bones in Su's right leg had slightly cracked. A piercing pain came from his leg, causing Su to gasp. At that moment, if he moved even slightly, his right leg could be completely crushed into minced meat. But restraining the pain, Su clenched his teeth and took a step forward with his left leg. Rumble! His left leg landed on the ground. Under the heavy pressure, it was as if a meteorite had fallen to the ground, causing a light explosion under his foot. A terrifying footprint 1 meter wide and half a meter deep, was clearly visible. He had finally taken this step. Yun Yazi, who was sitting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes slightly. His pupils were filled with admiration. Half a day faster than I expected. Leisurely getting up, Yun Yazi smiled. If that's the case, I should fulfill my promise. As your reward for successfully taking the first step, I will bring you to a place. Whoosh. Yun Yazi waved his big sleeves. At once, Suyu felt a heavenly wind blowing in his face. The irresistible air current swept him and Xiaoshan into the 9 heavens. The wind howled in his ears as his speed reached its pinnacle. Compared to the sex eagle, it was more than 10 times faster. Such speed, was it really achieved by a soul body? How strong was Yun Yazi? Was he really not as good as Miss Hua? At that moment, Suyu could not help but suspect that Yun Yazi had deliberately concealed his abilities, as if he had seen through Suyu's thoughts. Yun Yazi had a faint smile on his face. You do not need to guess about my abilities. You only need to remember one thing. You have to rely on yourself for everything. Regardless of whether you become my disciple in the future, the only thing I can help you with is cultivation. If you want to be enemies with others, that's your own business. I definitely won't interfere. Even if you're beaten to death in front of me, I won't interfere. At most, after you die, I will kill the person who killed your disciple. Suyu's heart turned cold. What a cruel method. However, after thinking about it, Suyu felt relieved. Before he had a master, didn't Suyu still rely on himself, working hard step by step? Now, with the additional guidance of a master, it was already a great fortune. Whether Yun Yazi helped or not did not affect Suyu. Yes, I understand. Half a day later, the wind beside his ears stopped. Suyu was dizzy. When his feet touched the ground, he felt a huge pressure on his back. Shocked, he immediately clenched his teeth and carried the small mountain with all his might. Crack! A cracking sound came from beneath his feet. It was the sound of ice breaking. Suyu was surprised. Lowering his head to look, he was actually standing on an ice lake that stretched as far as the eye could see. The surface of the lake was covered in a layer of white ice that was dozens of feet thick. Even though Suyu was carrying the small mountain that weighed 100 tons, he did not break the ice. At the same time, a bone-chilling cold engulfed him. Crack! A strange scene ensued. Suyu's feet were actually frozen on the ice. If it was a normal person, it might not be strange. However, Suyu was an ice-based martial artist who could condense cold energy into ice flames, who would not be afraid of the cold energy within his body. But he was actually frozen. This place is the incredible Ice Divine Lake, thousands of miles away from the abyss of Wudong. The cold energy within the lake contains thousands of years of condensed ice. Even a Dragon Realm martial artist would be instantly annihilated upon contact. As for the cold energy on your body, cripple yourself. Even if you don't feel ashamed, I feel ashamed. Yun Yazi sat leisurely on the surface of the lake. The extreme cold energy could not get close to him. At this moment, he slightly rolled his eyes with a look of disdain. Cripple? Suyu's mouth twitched. He had obtained these 2 ice flames through a narrow escape. But Suyu also knew that these 2 ice flames had not been used for a long time. As the enemies he met gradually became stronger, the blue-green ice flame could no longer keep up with his progress. The incredible ice in the lake will continuously emit ice flames, called the incredible icy raging flame. Its power is average, but with your cultivation level, you can at most absorb 3 balls of it. If you absorb 1 ball, it would not be a problem for you to break through a level with the few ice-based legacy-level cultivation techniques you have. If you can absorb 3 balls, coupled with your level of comprehension, it would not be difficult for you to cultivate all of them. But how much you can absorb will depend on your own willpower and effort. I will not help you. Suyu's breathing quickened. His eyes filled with a fiery glow. This place was indeed the holy land of his dreams for an ice-based martial artist like him. Glazed ice flame, icy divine wings, and sigh of ice. These three legacy-level cultivation techniques only needed one ball of incredible icy raging flame to break through a level? By the way, let me remind you that if you stay at the same spot on the lake for too long, you will be eaten by the incredible ice sea demon. So hurry up and move. As if to prove Yunyazi's words, 100-meter-long giant black catfish faintly swam up from the 10-meter deep surface of the lake. Its dense red eyes revealed a look of greed as it coldly stared at Suyu, who was on the surface of the lake. Then, its huge head smashed upwards with a rumble. Rumble, bang. The surface of the lake shook violently. The 10-meter-thick icicles were smashed in half. Suyu staggered, nearly falling. His pupils dilated. Dragon Realm. Yunyazi had a faint smile. Not bad, Dragon Realm. Furthermore, you're not much weaker than your senior sister. Dragon Realm Level 1 Peak. If you do not wish to be eaten, hurry up and move. Dragon Realm Level 1 Peak? Suyu was horrified. A shiver spread from his feet to his entire body. Seeing the giant catfish attack again, Suyu hurriedly shifted his feet. But, under the huge pressure, Suyu's movements were as slow as a snail. He only managed to take a step forward with great difficulty. At this moment, under the huge impact, the layer of ice beneath his feet was smashed to pieces, leaving only a thin layer of skin. The giant catfish's eyes were filled with a human-like mockery. Its giant body once again dived into the water, preparing for an even more terrifying attack. Suyu's feet felt cold, his blood surging. In this moment of crisis, the spirit energy in his body circulated at an unprecedented speed. Under the pressure of death, Suyu's potential was once again unearthed. Thud, thud, thud. Suyu took a few steps forward, carrying the small mountain on his back. At this critical moment, he stepped out of the shattered ice. At this moment, thump, crash, the head of a giant catfish, hundreds of meters tall, opened its bloody mouth and rushed out of the ice, swallowing the place where Suyu stood. Suyu was only a few meters away from falling into the giant catfish's mouth. But the giant catfish did not return to the water. Instead, its blood-red eyes were filled with mockery. It forcefully climbed onto the ice surface, crawling quickly along the smooth ice surface, chasing after Suyu. Suyu gasped. At this moment, he had even forgotten that there was a small mountain on his back. Striding forward, he circulated all his spirit energy, frantically escaping for his life. From taking a step with great difficulty, to walking slowly, to sprinting, and finally he could run. Luckily, the giant catfish was not used to crawling on land. Hence its speed was not fast. Suyu could barely maintain his distance. But in the long run, Suyu's spirit energy would be depleted, and the distance between them would decrease. At this moment, Suyu suddenly saw a ball of fiery red flames slowly floating out from the mouth of the lake where the giant catfish had crawled out from. The incredible icy raging flame has appeared. Whether or not you can obtain it is up to you. That was the incredible icy raging flame. Suyu's eyes were burning. Unfortunately, there was only one ball. According to Yunyazi, the incredible icy raging flame was far inferior to the incredible ice, and its power was average. But a scene that shocked Suyu occurred. Once it floated out, the huge mouth of the ice lake was frozen, once again turning into a layer of ice that was dozens of meters deep. At the same time, the entire surface of the lake was quickly covered by the fiery red ice flame, causing the layer of ice on the surface of the lake to deepen by 5 meters. Looking over, the entire surface of the lake looked as if it was burning with a layer of fiery red flames. The ice flame attacked. The giant catfish's huge body was covered by the fiery red ice flame, quickly turning into a layer of red ice. The ice entered its marrow, and the giant catfish howled in pain. Its flesh was rapidly turning into red ice shards. Its life force was quickly extinguished. Thump! With a crisp sound, the giant ice sculpture of the giant catfish shattered in the air. turning into pieces of red crystalline ice shards. A dragon realm demonic beast as strong as Mo Wu had actually turned into ice shards. Su Yu swallowed hard. What a frightening ice flame. This power was considered average? Compared to it, the blue-green ice flame in Su Yu's body was like an unsightly piece of trash. But the fiery red ice flame did not let Su Yu off. It was like a flame, howling as it engulfed him. Su Yu, who was carrying the small mountain, had a change of expression, hurriedly escaping from the ice lake. At this moment, he finally realized how ridiculous it was for him to try and obtain 3 balls of ice flame. Not to mention 3 balls. Even 1 ball would be enough to kill him 100 times over. Yun Yazi was calm and unruffled, revealing a playful smile. I forgot to tell you, even that Dragon Realm Level 7 Miss Hua would not dare to covet an entire ball of incredible icy raging flame. Lad, I wonder how many balls you were planning to collect just now? The veins on Su Yu's forehead throbbed. He wanted to curse. Why didn't Yunyazi say so earlier? Even though the incredible icy raging flame was an ice flame emitted by incredible ice, it was still abnormally frightening. Su Yu had no time to reply. His soul was about to leave his body. With the small mountain on his back, his feet moved as if he was flying. Thump, thump, thump. Every step Su Yu took was like an earthquake, causing the ice surface to creak. But the terrifying fiery red ice flame behind him was even faster than Su Yu. Luckily, Su Yu was not far from the shore. He was only about 10 steps away. The fiery red ice flame engulfed him. Su Yu fled for his life. He was only 9 steps away. 8 steps. 7 steps. The incredible icy raging flame was less than 5 meters away from Su Yu. Thud, 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 4 steps. 3 steps. 2 steps. 1 step. Thump! At the critical moment, Su Yu successfully jumped onto the shore. The incredible icy, raging flame struck the shore, stopping abruptly. It let out a few angry roars, then gradually retreated, seeping back into the ice lake. Whoosh! Su Yu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his heart pounding. That was close. If he had been a step slower, he would have ended up like the giant catfish. However, a faint cracking sound could be heard clearly. Su Yu looked down, his heart sinking to the bottom of the valley. Around his legs, a weak, incredible, icy raging flame was emitting a brilliant red glow. Chapter 175. Crack! A weak, fiery red light shot into the sky with an explosive force, transforming into 100 feet tall, raging flame that engulfed Su Yu in an instant. Su Yu did not even have time to react and was frozen on the spot by the red ice. The fiery red cold energy penetrated the surface of his body, corroding his flesh and blood, attempting to turn Su Yu into ice. Although his body was frozen, Su Yu's mind was still intact. The shadow of death caused his heart to beat wildly, his blood flowing rapidly. If he did not resist, he would die here. I do not believe that I cannot deal with a shred of the incredible icy, raging flame. Clenching his teeth, Su Yu let out a low grunt, the bluish-green ice flame surging out of his body. But, creak, a strange scene appeared. Su Yu's bluish-green ice flame, upon coming into contact with the incredible icy raging flame, melted like a snowflake, turning into a bluish-green smoke. The ice flame that he had cultivated for a long time turned into nothingness in an instant. I do not believe that I cannot deal with you. Su Yu did not have time to feel sorry for himself, frantically revolving all the spirit energy in his body to defend against the incredible, icy, raging flame. But the revolving spirit energy was like a clay ox entering the sea. The fiery red ice flame mercilessly entered Su Yu's body and began to destroy everything. Again, Su Yu shouted angrily in his heart, cooperating with the pressure of the small mountain. His blood vessels quickly revolved, mobilizing all the blood and spirit energy in his body. However, the profound ice raging flame, in a mocking manner, crushed all the resistance without any hindrance. The power of chi and blood and the power of spiritual chi couldn't even withstand a single blow, and were frozen into nothingness. A large amount of raging flame arrogantly invaded Suyu's body. It invaded like there was no one around, robbing Suyu of all his life force. From the surface of his body to his energy channels, from his energy channels to his flesh, from his flesh to his organs, and finally to Suyu's icy heart. If his heart froze, everything would be over. The absolute suppression made Suyu feel despair. He could feel that he was gradually walking into the abyss of death. Death had never been so clear and intense as it was in front of him, and today was the end of his life. At this moment, Suyu recalled his life. Xianyu Prefecture, the imperial capital, the sanctuary, the Jinlong continent. He had traveled too many paths and experienced too many people and things. But there were only 3 things that he could not let go of: Li Guang's revenge, Xian Er's life, and a woman had promised him that she would use her eyes to witness the wonders of the continent. The 3 things that he had yet to complete were the regrets that he couldn't make up for at this moment. If he died, who would avenge Li Guang? If he died, would Xian Er be sad? If he died, would Jingyu still persist in witnessing the wonders of the continent for him? His unwillingness and reluctance transformed into a bellyful of flames that burned his chest as if it wanted to turn him into ashes. How can I die here? Unfortunately, I, Suyu, must not die. At that moment, the greedy, incredible, icy, raging flame had already forced its way into Suyu's delicate, icy heart and was about to devour it in one bite. Suyu had no way out. Are you the only one who knows how to swallow? Suyu's eyes were ice cold, his heart filled with the will to die and madness. With a furious roar, Suyu made an incomprehensible movement. Her icy heart suddenly jumped, and suddenly swallowed the invading profound ice raging flame. Such a terrifying ice flame would have instantly killed a dragon, realm giant catfish. Suyu taking the initiative to swallow it, was he seeking his own death? But the slightly intelligent, incredible icy raging flame froze for a moment, and then retreated in fear. The icy heart didn't hesitate at all, suddenly attacking and swallowing all the ice flames that were getting close. Creak! Invisibly, there seemed to be a scream of terror. The incredible icy raging flame that had invaded Suyu's body hurriedly retreated from his body, flying towards the ice lake. Suyu's eyes were cold, trying to escape. Whoosh! Suyu's figure flashed, catching up to the ice lake. He grabbed a wisp of ice flame and stuffed it into his mouth, swallowing it on the spot. The ice flame entered his body, and the icy heart immediately swallowed it. The remaining ice flame drilled into the depths of the ice lake in fear. Suyu laughed coldly. It's my turn to hunt you down. Creak! A divine ice thread, like a steel needle, pierced into the 10-meter thick layer of ice and chased after the remnant ice flame. Through the divine ice thread, it extracted it and absorbed it into his body, where it was swallowed by the icy heart. Whoosh! Whoosh! A strange scene ensued. This action caused the balls of fiery red, incredible, icy raging flames to escape continuously. It was as if Suyu was an unparalleled demon king. Ha ha ha! Suyu let out a long roar. Divine ice ring! Creak! Creak! Hundreds of divine ice threads pierced into the ice lake, frantically grabbing balls of incredible, icy raging flames, extracting them from the ice lake. A series of terrified screams echoed from the souls of Qin Nan's disciples. The hundreds of divine ice threads were dyed red by the ice flame, as if the divine ice threads were absorbing fresh blood. In a short moment, Suyu's body had absorbed an entire ball of incredible, icy, raging flames. As for Suyu himself, his entire body was covered in ice. Closing his eyes, Suyu continued to absorb the ice flame and immediately started to cultivate the 3 ice-based cultivation techniques. Yun Yazi's leisurely expression finally revealed a gratified smile. you really did it. After thousands of years of accumulation, the incredible ice already has a weak spiritual nature. The stronger your will to resist, the more afraid it is. To be able to make it flee in fear, it shows how strong your rebellious intent is. Next, it will be time for you to transform into a dragon. How much your cultivation base can break through will depend on your luck. Yunyazi muttered softly, waiting patiently. Time passed like water, quietly passing by. Half a month had passed. There was only 1 month left until the Xianyun contest. On this day, at the abyss of Wudong, a few elders of the faction arrived. The one leading them was the faction master, followed by the 2nd elder and the 10th elder. After receiving the report from Mo Wu and the other 5th level holy kings that the abyss of Wudong had been attacked by the Empire of Darkness, a large number of 6th level holy king disciples were captured, and the fate of the 4th elder was unknown. The faction was shocked and immediately headed over to investigate. Looking around at the empty abyss, the 3 of them had grave expressions. The faction master was anxious, his voice low and hoarse. The Empire of Darkness has already extended its tentacles into the territory of the Lucian faction. The 10th elder's face was filled with fear. The 4th elder's abilities were much stronger than his, but it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. The 2nd elder's voice was hoarse and ear-piercing. The most detestable person is indifferent to our request. Her words made the faction master's face turn gloomy. Previously, they had reported the invasion of the Empire of Darkness to the Alliance, requesting for the Alliance's strong martial artists to support them. However, the response they received was that the Empire of Darkness was restless in various parts of the continent, and the Alliance had no time to care about the remote Lucian faction. After a long while, the faction master said, "We can only save ourselves. Immediately search the surroundings to see if there is the whereabouts of the 4th elder." The faction spent a lot of money to nurture an elder, and they could not give up. The 2nd elder's eyes flashed, worry flashing in her pale eyes. From what Mo Wu said, Suyu was not too far away, and she did not know if he was safe or not. 10 days later, the 3 of them met up again. With the abyss of Wudong as the center, they searched for hundreds of thousands of miles, but did not find any traces of the 4th elder. "I'm afraid he is in trouble." The faction master's face was gloomy, and he lightly sighed. After 10 days of searching, there were still no clues. The 3 of them were silent for a moment, and the faction master said helplessly, "Let's return to the faction. We cannot leave for too long in troubled times." As he spoke, he slightly glanced at the 10th elder, implying that they could not allow the great elder to guard the faction alone. Immediately after, the faction master asked the 2nd elder with concern, "You came out of seclusion early this time. How is your recovery?" The 2nd elder was the only one who could join forces with the faction master to fight against the great elder, so he naturally had to be concerned. However, he did not understand. It was said that the 2nd elder was prepared to go into seclusion for 3 months. But why did she come out of seclusion in just a month? The 2nd elder's voice was cold and hoarse. "Don't worry, I won't die." Hearing the 2nd elder's ungrateful words, the faction master was used to it. He smiled lightly and returned to the faction with the 2 of them. At that moment, at the mysterious ice divine lake, on the surface of the ice there was a towering, fiery red ice mountain that was 1,000 feet tall. From afar, it looked like a burning volcano. Upon closer inspection, it was a red ice mountain. Furthermore, within the ice mountain, there was a figure sealed in ice, like a butterfly that was about to break out of its cocoon and be reborn. Yunyazi slowly opened his eyes, his face filled with admiration. "Shocking willpower! I originally thought that you would be able to endure for half a month, but unexpectedly, after enduring for more than a month, you have been reborn, and your improvement is even greater than I expected." Crack! A weak sound resounded throughout the vast ice field. Within the fiery red ice mountain, the eyes of the sealed figure slowly opened. In an instant, Countless mysterious flames and ice at the bottom of the lake fled in fear, causing the bottom of the lake to turn fiery red, as if the bottom of the lake was burning fiercely. Rumble, the 1,000-feet-tall ice mountain, also rumbled and shook. Immediately after, with a bang, it turned into countless ice shards, splattering into the sky. For a moment, countless fiery red ice shards fell like a rain of blood. A figure, surrounded by the rain of blood, floated down. As his silver hair fluttered, there was a fingernail-sized flame mark between his eyebrows. It was vivid and lifelike, like a real flame, lightly beating between his eyebrows. His 2 eyes occasionally flickered with a red light, demonic and mysterious. Coupled with his flowing silver hair and handsome face, he gave off a sense of evil charm. It was completely different from his previous, indifferent temperament. Suyu looked up at the small mountain he was carrying on his back, the corners of his mouth curling into a smile. This smile was like a sinister smile, extremely sinister. "Elder, you can release your soul," Suyu calmly said. Yun Yazi nodded, waving his big sleeves. The small mountain, which was carrying 90% of its weight, fell with a rumble. But Suyu easily lifted it, casually extending his palm and lifting it up with just one hand. His expression was relaxed and leisurely without any pressure. Just SOO. Suyu smiled. To him, the small mountain was no more than an extremely heavy boulder, no longer able to crush it. Yun Yazi smiled, flicking his finger. At once, a gush of soul energy enveloped the small mountain once again. A shocking scene appeared. The small mountain shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally becoming the size of a palm. "Small mountain, I have already compressed it for you. The weight will not change. You can carry it with you, making it easier to walk." Suyu smiled gratefully. "Thank you, Elder." After saying this, he hung it around his waist with divine ice threads. Taking a light breath, Suyu looked in the direction of the Lucian faction, muttering, "Xianyun contest. I, Suyu, am coming." Chapter 176. Half a month later. In the Lucian faction, the hearts of the people wavered. Many disciples who had been in seclusion for a long time came out at this moment. Their minds were restless as they walked around. They were either sparring or exchanging experiences. The reason was simple. The Xianyun contest, which was held once every 5 years, was just around the corner. This was the grandest competition in the Lucian faction. Those who passed would have the qualifications to enter the rumored ancient Xianyun temple and obtain shocking fortunes. Once upon a time, there was a 7th-level Holy King disciple who entered it and obtained countless opportunities. When she came out, she became a Dragon Realm Level 3 strong martial artist. Later on, she became an elder of the sect. She was the 2nd elder of the sect, a person who had spent his entire life as a legend. And now, the ancient Xianyun temple, which was held once every 5 years, was about to descend. The opportunity for 20 people to fight for the sublimation was placed in front of them. Perhaps this was their chance to reverse the situation and soar through the 9 heavens. 2nd Elder's courtyard. Mo Wu bowed and stood behind her master, the 2nd Elder. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. "Master, why did you come out of seclusion earlier than expected?" 2nd Elder's injuries seemed to have worsened because he had come out early. The 2nd Elder's voice was like the sounds of nature, gentle and pleasant to listen to. "I'm looking up some ancient books." Mo Wu was very intelligent. "Ancient books? Is it about Qin Siener's phoenix of death bloodline?" "Yes." The 2nd Elder nodded slightly and did not explain further. However, his pale eyes were filled with doubt. She brought Qin Siener with her to go into seclusion just in case. However, during the process, she discovered that Qin Siener's phoenix of death bloodline was a little unusual. Therefore, she gave up on her seclusion and started reading ancient books. Mo Wu was jealous. Her teacher still favored Suyu as usual. I hope he won't let down Master's good intentions. Mo Wu said. The second elder did not reply. Instead, she said gently, to you the ancient Xianyun temple is a place of fortune. Hence, you must not be careless in the Xianyun contest tomorrow. I understand. I will definitely seize the opportunity, strive to break through, and obtain the qualifications to enter the alliance. When Mo Wu mentioned the word alliance, her heart trembled, and her eyes were unprecedentedly firm. The second elder sighed. I didn't accept you as my disciple out of selfishness. You don't have to cling to the alliance. Mo Wu was silent. Her eyes were as resolute as ever. The next day, the Xianyun contest, which everyone had been looking forward to, finally arrived. The sect leader, the 10 grand elders, the management, and all the inner disciples were all present. The grandeur of the scene was unprecedented. Mo Wu looked around and felt anxious. Su Yu was not there. Could it be that he couldn't make it back in time? Second elder's pale eyes were filled with worry. Su Yu had worked hard to enter the abyss of Wudong, survived, and obtained the opportunity to participate in the Xianyun contest. If he was late, it would be a pity. Since everyone is here, let's begin. The master of the Lu Xian faction announced the start of the assembly indifferently. The chief referee was Ruolan, the president of the External Affairs Hall. He flew to the center of the arena and announced the rules expressionlessly. The competition will be divided into 3 rounds. The first 2 rounds of the preliminaries and the last round, the finals. In the first round of selection, the most outstanding person will be chosen from among the 6th level Holy Kings, and he will successfully enter the next round of selection. There will only be 1 slot. Upon hearing this, all the 6th level Holy Kings were shocked. Out of the hundreds of 6th level Holy Kings, only 1 could enter the next round of selections. The brutality of the assessment made one speechless. As for the specific assessment method, the faction will send a 7th level lower tier Holy King to oversee the arena. The 6th level Holy King disciples participating in the selection will spar with the 7th level Holy King. The more moves the 6th level Holy King can withstand, the more outstanding their results will be. Under the eyes of the higher-ups of the faction, it would be difficult to escape their eyes. Presumably, no one would dare to cheat. This was considered fair. 7th level Holy King? Many 6th level lower tier Holy King contestants were speechless. I give up. Very quickly, many 6th level lower tier Holy Kings chose to give up after pondering for a moment. The gap between them and a 7th level Holy King was too big. There was no benefit in going up on stage. It would be better to relax and observe the battle. This way, their gains might be greater. As such, only 6th level upper tier Holy Kings and 6th level peak Holy Kings were left with intention to try. Shi Ruolan's expression was calm. Let's invite the deputy clan master of the Elixir Hall, Wu Bai, to oversee the arena. Wu Bai was around 50 years old. He had a pale face and a calm temperament. He stood behind the 5th elder and stood shoulder to shoulder with the 5th elder's eldest disciple, Wei Kong. Wu Bai was promoted by the 5th elder and was naturally familiar with his disciple, Wei Kong. Hearing this, Wei Kong cupped his fists and congratulated Wu Bai. Congratulations, Uncle Master Wu, for taking on the great responsibility of the faction. Wu Bai was also a little surprised. The selection of the candidates to oversee the arena was decided on the spot and was not informed in advance. With a face full of joy, Wu Bai flew to oversee the arena. Wei Kong had a faint smile on his face. He turned his head and said to a fat young man of level 6 peak martial path behind him, Lu Qian, remember to perform well later. Although Uncle Master Wu will not go easy on you in front of the higher-ups. You're very familiar with Uncle Master Wu's techniques. Compared to ordinary people, you have many advantages. You will definitely be able to withstand quite a few of his attacks. Lu Qian was the 2nd disciple of the 5th elder and also Wei Kang's junior. His body was dark and fat like a stone puppet. However, his abilities were very strong. He was at 6th level peak Holy King and was only a step away from 7th level Holy King. Seeing that it was Uncle Master Wu who was overseeing the arena, the fat young man squeezed out an excited expression and nodded his head hurriedly. Yes, Senior Wei. Lu Qian rolled his eyes and said, If I meet Su Yu, I will definitely teach him a lesson on behalf of Senior. Senior has a high status and will not bother with such a small fry. However, Junior will not tolerate him flaunting his power in front of Senior. In the Forbidden Ruins, Su Yu had stolen Mo Wu's limelight many times in front of her. In addition, Mo Wu's protection of Su Yu had caused Wei Kong to burn with jealousy. Hearing this, Wei Kong nodded his head. Sure, but remember not to overdo it. After all, the higher-ups were present and they could not go overboard. Junior understands. The selection has begun. I will read out the names, and you will come up to the arena one by one to spar. Shi Rulin took out the name list and selected the candidates one by one. Ma Shaoling, come up to the arena. Ma Shaoling, a young female 6th level upper tier, Holy King. Ma Shaoling leaped up easily and flew up to the arena. She had a weak and shy personality. Biting her lips, Ma Shaoling blushed and bowed. Uncle Master Wu, please show mercy. Wu Bai was calm, his expression gentle and calm. Make your move. Ma Shaoling took a deep breath. 20 jade needles encircled her palm. Pardon me, Pear Blossom Storm. With a shout, Ma Shaoling's temperament changed from weak to fierce. The 20 jade needles in her palm released a white fluorescent light. They were like pear blossoms. 20 flowers clustered around each other. It was beautiful. However, as Ma Shaoling flipped her palm, the pear blossoms were filled with murderous intent. They were like a torrential downpour, heading straight for Wu Bai. Under the fluorescent light of the pear blossoms, the jade needles were hidden, and it was difficult to discern their trajectory. Wu Bai's expression was normal. He smiled and commented, The hidden weapons are well trained and contain illusions. It would be difficult for an ordinary person to defend against them. However, hidden weapons are used when the enemy is unprepared. In a direct confrontation, their power would be greatly reduced. As he spoke, he raised his palm and tapped the air with his 5 fingers. Creak, creak. The pear blossoms were destroyed one by one. The hidden jade needles fell to the ground one by one, letting out a crisp sound. Immediately after, he flicked his finger. A bolt of powerful spirit energy attacked Ma Shaoling's body. A strong gust of wind blew her off the arena. Ma Shaoling, one move. Shi Ruolin announced calmly and recorded. Second, Zhan Feiping. Zhan Feiping was a 6th level upper tier Holy King. He was good at light body technique. However, just like Ma Shaoling, he was defeated in one move the moment he stepped onto the arena. Third, Huang Bing. I admit defeat. After watching 2 battles, many 6th level upper tier Holy Kings chose to give up. The difference between them and Wu Bai was too great. It would be difficult for them to defend against one move. Fourth, admit defeat. Fifth, most of the 6th level upper tier Holy Kings gave up. Those who persisted were all defeated in one move. 100th, Luo Tianxiang. Luo Tianxiang was a 6th level peak Holy King. He was good at light body technique and fire path. He was strong in both offense and defense. Among the 6th level peak Holy Kings, he was considered a veteran. He had experienced many dangerous situations and was experienced in battles. Whoosh! Flying across the arena, Luo Tianxiang was full of fighting spirit. Uncle Wu, I'm sorry. Magnificent waves. Luo Tianxiang circled around Wu Bai and walked quickly. After images surrounded Wu Bai. It was difficult to distinguish the after images with one's naked eye. Looking from afar, Wu Bai seemed to have fallen into layers of waves and was surrounded. Burning sun fire. Luo Tianxiang's after images spat out fire. The fiery red flames came from all directions and shot at Wu Bai, causing him to sink into a sea of fire. Wu Bai's expression was slightly grave, but he was still relaxed. It is a combination of body movement and attack compatible and smooth. However, its weakness is that it is not outstanding in both aspects. Hence, it is mediocre overall. After his speech, he shot out spiritual energy from his 10 fingers and destroyed the flames in all directions. Luo Tianxiang's expression changed. He activated his body movement technique again and got close to Wu Bai for close combat. However, Wu Bai easily saw through Luo Tianxiang's trajectory and hit his shoulder blade with his palm, sending him out of the arena. Luo Tianxiang withstand 2 moves. Shi Ruolin nodded slightly. After all, Wu Bai was a 6th level peak Holy King. It was not bad for him to force Wu Bai to make a second move. Next, dozens of 6th level peak Holy Kings went up one after another. However, there were only a few who could withstand 2 moves. Last one, Lu Qian. Whoosh! A dark and plump figure flew up the arena. It was Wei Kang's junior, Lu Qian, a 6th level peak Holy King. Although he was plump, his abilities were not bad. He was also a veteran 6th level peak Holy King. It was said that he had once fought with Luo Tianxiang and defeated him within 30 moves. Uncle Wu, I'm sorry. Lu Qian's eyes flashed as he suddenly attacked. He was most proficient in close combat fist techniques. Big Dipper 7-star fist. Lu Qian punched out with both of his fists. In a few breaths' time, he had punched out 7 times. Shi Ruolin's eyes were filled with admiration. Level 1 top class of legacy level cultivation technique. He is only a step away from level 2. Wu Bai's expression turned grave and a helpless look appeared on his face. He often sparred with Lu Qian. Hence, Lu Qian naturally understood Wu Bai's weakness. That was close combat. Rumble, Wu Bai was slightly cautious. Although he used his absolute abilities to repel Lu Qian relied on his experience from sparring with Wu Bai. However, Lu Qian used his experience from sparring with Wu Bai to dodge first and used his fist technique to neutralize part of the attack. Hence, he withstood the attack at the cost of a light injury. Again, Lu Qian's eyes were filled with excitement. It looked like he would be the only one to be selected. Lu Qian had his way after 3 tries. Although he was knocked off the arena by Wu Bai in the end, he had successfully withstood 4 moves. Shi Ruolin nodded her head in satisfaction. Lu Qian, you withstood 4 moves. Your results are the most outstanding. Mo Wu was anxious. The first round of the assessment was about to end, but Su Yu had yet to return. The second elder creased her brows. If that was the case, all of Su Yu's previous efforts would have been in vain. I announce that the first round of the assessment has ended. The winner is Lu. However, at that moment, a beam of fiery red light pierced through the sky. It was like a burning meteorite, flickering deep within the clouds. Everyone could only catch a glimpse of what seemed to be a flash of red lightning within the thick layers of clouds. Then, everything returned to normal. Many people thought it was an illusion. However, a giant vortex suddenly appeared within the thick layers of clouds. From within the vortex, a ball of fiery red flames fell rapidly like a meteorite. Chapter 177. Fiery red flames fall from the arena. The arena shook. The arena shook with a loud rumble. Even the ground trembled slightly. Lu Qian staggered and almost fell to the ground, his eyes filled with surprise. The sudden descent of the red light caused an uproar. Looking over, the center of the arena had caved in and broken rocks were flying everywhere. A fiery red figure stood quietly on the spot. Unique silver hair and a handsome face. Many people immediately recognized this disciple who was rather famous in the faction. Su Yu. He had only been in the faction for half a year, but he had created one miracle after another. But many people felt that he was unfamiliar. especially those who were familiar with Suyu. Mo Wu raised her brows, her eyes filled with surprise and unfamiliarity. After a month and a half, Suyu's aura was completely different. The blood-red mark on his brows was like a cluster of flames. It was lifelike, as if it was a real flame, giving people a deep sense of evil. Paired with his fluttering silver hair, his aura was extremely evil. Is that the rumored Suyu? He looks scary, but also very charming. Among the disciples, a young lady blushed as she muttered softly. Not only did his evil aura not cause disgust, it added to his mystery and made him even more attractive. Mo Wu creased her brows. She did not know why, but she felt an indescribable pressure from Suyu. As she observed, her beautiful eyes revealed a rare look of surprise. Her red lips parted slightly as she gasped, "Sixth level peak, Holy King? He could break through just by drinking water?" The second elder's pale eyes were filled with admiration and affection. It is not just his cultivation level. There is a strong pressure on his body. It is intentional. In the past, the second elder had said that Suyu was not fated to enter the ancient Xianyin temple. The difficulties and desperation were indescribable. But now, Suyu had gone against the flow and reached this day. At the same time, she felt even more affection for this little guy. Suyu's return caused a series of commotion. Shirulin creased her brows, her expression cold. "There's no place for you in the Xianyin contest. Step down!" Suyu looked over calmly. His gaze caused Shirulin's heart to beat wildly, a strong sense of unease welling up in her heart. "Do you have the right to decide if I have a place in the contest?" Suyu's gaze was like a sharp arrow, piercing through Shirulin. Shirulin's body swayed slightly, almost retreating from his gaze. His heart was filled with shock. Half a year ago, he was chased by her and had to flee in panic. It was Li Guang who sacrificed his life for her, and the Li family who protected him that allowed him to live. He used to be like an ant, but today he made her feel fearful? The second elder's hoarse and dry voice resounded on the spot. "There are 10 places in the abyss of Wudong. The rest of the disciples have been captured, leaving only Suyu. Naturally, there will be a place for him." The Lucian faction master nodded his head lightly and did not have any objections. Although the great elder and the 10th elder frowned slightly, they did not refute him. Since the higher-ups had made the decision, Shirulin had no choice but to retract her hostility and nod her head coldly. "All right, you can give it a try. I don't need to explain the rules. When facing a 7th level Holy King, the more moves you can withstand, the more outstanding your result will be. Currently, the highest result is withstanding 4 moves. With that, Shirulin's gaze drifted to Lu Qian, who was at the side. "You go down first and wait for him to finish his challenge." Lu Qian frowned slightly, glaring at Suyu with dissatisfaction. "Why do you want it? In any case, he'll be defeated in 1 move." Although he had noticed that Suyu's cultivation had increased drastically, who could break the record of him withstanding 4 strikes. However, even though he was dissatisfied, Lu Qian still obeyed and walked down the arena. When he passed by Suyu, he gave a cold hum. What a waste of time! Suyu turned a deaf ear to Lu Qian. His eyes did not even have a shadow of Lu Qian. His gaze calmly landed on Wu Bai. "Do you want me to go first, or do you want to go first?" Many disciples secretly shook their heads. Suyu is very confident. He actually has the guts to let Uncle Master Wu go first. If that's the case, there's no more suspense in this match. Since Uncle Master Wu goes first, Suyu will not have the chance to attack. A few 7th level Holy Kings leisurely crossed their arms as they observed the match. Among them, a tall and pretty lady shook her head slightly and sighed softly. "Humph! I've long heard that Suyu is arrogant and conceited. Now that I've seen him, it's indeed true." Beside the pretty lady, a white-faced scholar had a disdainful and hostile gaze. "Ha ha! Senior Longfan, I've already heard about Junior Yongfan. The recruitment examination of the Abyss of Wudong was a fair match. Junior Yongfan could not defeat Suyu, and his slot to the Abyss of Wudong was snatched away. Senior Longfan, why must you vent your anger on others? After hearing what was said, Longfan's gaze turned cold, and he gave a cold hum. Yao Hong, are you talking to me? The lady named Yao Hong's lips trembled slightly. Her eyes were filled with fear, and she shut her mouth resentfully. Deep down, she felt indignant. Longfan was the eldest disciple of the fourth elder, a 7th level peak holy king. Yongfan was the second disciple. As for Yongfan's character, Yao Hong found it hard to compliment him. She had heard about the incident where he forced a married woman from the faction to submit to him. Later on, Yongfan was injured by Suyu in front of everyone. That female disciple was then freed from his evil clutches. As a senior, it was inevitable for Longfan to harbor resentment toward Suyu. Humph! A small fry like him, being able to withstand 2 moves from Wu Bai, is his limit. Wasting the resources of the Abyss of Wudong for no reason. However, what happened next in the arena caused his words to stop abruptly. Being stared at by Su Yu's calm gaze, Wu Bai revealed a struggling expression and did not dare to attack for a long time. Finally, he let out a bitter smile and cupped his fists. I admit defeat. After his speech, Wu Bai walked down the arena in front of countless dumbfounded people. Even Shi Rulin was slightly stunned by the unexpected scene. Wait, your mission is to test the abilities of all the disciples. What do you mean by admitting defeat? Shi Rulin voiced out to stop him. Wu Bai turned his head and let out a bitter smile. Clan Master Shi, I do not have the right to test Suyu's abilities because he is way above me. Only when he was facing Suyu could he feel the mountain-like pressure. When he was standing in front of Suyu just now, although Suyu did not attack, Wu Bai felt as if he was facing a landslide. His instincts told him that if Suyu were to attack, it would definitely be a landslide. That kind of absolute suppression caused Wu Bai to clearly understand that he was far from being Su Yu's opponent. His reply caused the entire arena to sink into dead silence. Su Yu actually had the abilities to defeat Wu Bai? If that was the case, the strongest 6th level Holy King, the only place to be selected, belonged to Su Yu? The sudden reversal caused many people to be unable to react in time. Longfan turned slightly stiff and shook his head. Impossible. Although Wu Bai's abilities are weak, how could he be caught up by that small fry? There were countless people who had the same thoughts as him. Many people even doubted if the test was fair. Wu Bai admitted defeat on the spot without a fight. There were many tricks involved. However, the faction master and the 10 elders did not refute Longfan. Shi Rulin could only crease her brows and announce indifferently, the first round of selection has ended. The winner is Su Yu. Compared to Lu Qian, he had only withstood 4 moves. However, Su Yu had the abilities to defeat Wu Bai. It was obvious who was stronger. Lu Qian was stunned. He finally reacted at that moment. Wait, I cannot accept this. Lu Qian jumped onto the arena, and his face was filled with anger. Without a fight, how could he obtain the only place to be selected? Shi Rulin said indifferently, Are you doubting me? No, I am doubting him. Lu Qian shot his gaze toward Su Yu and extended his hand to point at Su Yu's nose. I challenge you. Su Yu's expression was calm. As if he did not hear Lu Qian, he turned around and walked down the arena. Being ignored, Lu Qian became even more furious. He clenched his teeth. Su Yu, don't be so arrogant. Take this. Big Dipper's 7 stars fist. Lu Qian closed in and attacked Su Yu's back. Mo Wu's expression changed. Su Yu, be careful. Yao Hong creased her brows. A sneak attack? You are really capable. Humph. Since he is insolent, he must pay the price for his insolence. Longfan's eyes were filled with joy at Su Yu's misfortune. Lu Qian's sneak attack was sudden and obscure. He did not give Su Yu any time to react. The force of the fist hit Su Yu's back without any obstruction. Seeing that his sneak attack was successful so easily, Lu Qian laughed coldly. You are only at such a weak level. Rumble. His fist finally hit Su Yu's back. However, at the moment when his fist came into contact with Su Yu's back, on the surface of Su Yu's back, a weak fiery red light appeared. It was like a lump of small flame. However, when Lu Qian collided with such an inconspicuous small flame, his expression turned stiff abruptly. Ah! With a horrible shriek, Lu Qian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood contained a dense amount of cold energy. It turned into blood-colored ice fragments and sprinkled all over the place. As for his body, it was as if he had suffered an unprecedentedly huge force, and he was sent flying several hundred meters away. From the arena, he crashed into the spectator seats. Rumble, bang. Dust billowed from the spectator seats. The hard bluestone ground caved in out of nowhere. Lu Qian's mouth was full of blood, and he was half dead. His internal organs were shattered, and many of his bones were fractured, especially his right fist, which had launched a sneak attack. His flesh was torn into pieces, and his white bones had turned into powder. If there were no accidents, his right hand would have been crippled. Hiss, Su Yu! What did he do? It was obvious that Lu Qian had launched a sneak attack. However, Su Yu did not even turn his head. To be precise, he did not care about Lu Qian at all, not to mention being injured. Not even a single strand of his hair was harmed. However, someone as strong as Lu Qian was crippled. The huge contrast between before and after caused everyone to gasp. Wu Bai's scalp turned numb, and he rejoiced. The recoil was already so frightening. If he had taken the initiative to attack, then... Thinking about this, Wu Bai swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yao Hong's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Long Fan was also stunned for a moment. His expression turned gloomy. Little bastard, your abilities have improved very quickly. In the past, so you could only barely win against Yang Fan. At the very moment, he was so powerful. The change between before and after was as if he was a completely different person. Under everyone's gaze, Su Yu's expression was calm as he walked down the arena, quietly. His devilishly handsome face and strange silver hair became the only scenery in everyone's eyes. Shi Rulin looked at Su Yu deeply. A strange expression flashed deep within her eyes. The first round of selection has ended. Su Yu has successfully entered the next round of selection. Rest for 2 hours and prepare for the second round of selection. After her speech, the audience at the spectator seats started to whisper among themselves. They were all discussing the fight just now. Su Yu's soul-stirring fight had shocked too many people. They were all guessing Su Yu's true abilities. The main character that they were talking about walked quickly to the front of the second elder. Her ugly but familiar figure was reflected in his eyes. His heart was filled with gratitude. Greetings to second elder. How are your injuries? Seeing that it was him, the second elder put on a fierce expression out of habit. None of your business. Su Yu found it funny, after which his expression turned serious. Second elder, how is Sienna? Why didn't she come forward? Don't worry, she won't die. The second elder let out a cold hum. Emo Wu sighed helplessly. You don't have to worry. Teacher has taught Sienna a few cultivation techniques and given her a few elixirs. She is currently training and will come out in 2 months. 2 months later, Sienna's phoenix of death would descend completely. Whether she lived or died depended on this moment. Chapter 178. That's right. Mo Wu took out 2 letters. These are letters from your senior, Zhao Guang, in the past 2 months. Zhao Guang? Su Yu flipped through the letters, a smile on his face. Everything was normal, and his cultivation level had even broken through to second level Holy King. But what Su Yu did not understand was that the two letters mentioned that every night someone would secretly pay respects to Li Guang and leave precious elixirs for him to cultivate. Second Elder, may I ask if Li Guang still had a good friend in the faction 100 years ago? Su Yu asked the Second Elder. 100 years ago, the Second Elder had secretly helped Li Guang, so she might know about Li Guang's situation. Su Yu was deeply grateful to the good friend who paid respects to him. Unexpectedly, the Second Elder was stunned and asked, "Who is Li Guang?" Mo Wu looked at Su Yu with a strange expression. "How does Master know Li Guang? Master is only 30 years old. How would he know what happened 100 years ago?" Rumble. It was as if a bolt from the blue had struck Su Yu's mind. Master, Li had said it clearly. 100 years ago, it was with the help of the Second Elder that Li Guang's fate was changed from execution to exile on Shenhua Island. According to the timeline, the Second Elder was at least 100 years old. But now Su Yu froze, instinctively asking, "Isn't the Second Elder an old woman over 100 years old?" "Who are you calling an old woman?" The Second Elder clenched her teeth, pausing between every word. Even if her face was ruined, she could not accept being treated as an old woman by a young lad. Mo Wu creased her brows, thinking, "Are you talking about the previous Second Elder?" Previous Elder? You should have heard of the death of an elder 10 years ago, right? That person was the Second Elder. Mo Wu secretly glanced in the direction of the Great Elder. Su Yu was shocked. He had indeed heard of the rumors. The Great Elder and the 10th Elder were powerful. There was once an elder who went against the Great Elder and disappeared mysteriously, judged to be dead. Could it be that he was the previous Second Elder? Master took over the position of the Second Elder 10 years ago and did not know about the Li Guang you mentioned. You asked the wrong person. Understanding the cause and effect, Su Yu gasped. So the Second Elder is the faction's Second Elder at the age of 20? The corners of Mo Wu's mouth curled up slightly, and there was a hint of arrogance in her expression. That goes without saying. Who do you think the legendary elder of the Lucian faction is? If it wasn't for the fact that Master was injured 10 years ago and his cultivation stagnated, what would the Great Elder and sect Master be now? Master can destroy them with a flick of his finger. The #1 prodigy throughout the ages? Su Yu stared at the Second Elder in disbelief, his heart filled with disbelief. His cultivation had not improved in the past 10 years. If he had not been injured back then now, humph! What are you looking at? Asked the Second Elder with a cold snort. However, if one looked closely, they would see that her delicate body was somewhat stiff. It was obvious that he was enjoying Su Yu's shocked expression. The Second Elder didn't care much about other people's reactions. She had long passed the age of vanity. She only cared about Su Yu's opinion. Mo Wu did not feel good about her master's reaction. She snorted softly. In any case, the Second Elder you are looking for is already dead. It is impossible for Master to know about Li Guang's matter. Hearing this, Su Yu retracted his thoughts and sighed in his heart. As such, it would be difficult for the elder who paid his respects to Li Guang to know. However, once he took Shi Ruolin and Han Ji's heads, he could wait in front of the grave to thank the elder. The second round of assessment is ready. Shi Ruolin's calm voice could be heard. Su Yu looked back and fixed his gaze on Shi Ruolin, a cold glint in his eyes. He would never forget that Li Guang had died at the hands of the lover he had missed for 100 years. Compared to Han Ji, a slut like Shi Ruolin deserved to be killed even more. As if sensing Su Yu's gaze, Shi Ruolin shot him a glance before looking away, ignoring Su Yu's killing intent. Mo Wu creased her brows. The second round of assessment is similar to the first round. It is to select the strongest fighters to enter the finals. Only 5 people will be able to enter this round. Su Yu looked around. Other than Su Yu, who stood out from the 6th level Holy Kings, the rest of the candidates were all 7th level Holy Kings. Among them, there are 3 that you need to pay attention to. They are known as the three unmatched Holy Kings. Other than the three of them, there is no other Holy King in the faction who can defeat them. Among them, the third is Rong Hanming, the second is Yao Hong, and the first is Long Fan. The three of them are 7th level peak Holy Kings, standing above all the other Holy Kings. Within the faction, no one can defeat them. As for Long Fan, he is above the other two. He is known as Half Dragon Realm and has the experience of challenging Dragon Realm fighters. Su Yu's gaze flickered as he looked at the three of them. Rong Hanming wore a straw rain cape and a bamboo hat, looking mysterious. Yao Hong was tall and slender, looking valiant and formidable. She was playing with a jade flute in her jade-like hands. Long Fan wore a luxurious scholar's attire. He had fair skin and a feminine aura. He also had a mountain and river fan on his waist. The aura and attire of the three of them were completely different. Many 7th level Holy Kings looked at the three of them from afar, their gazes filled with respect and fighting spirit. Among the 7th level Holy Kings, they were at the peak, the unrivaled legends of the Holy Kings. For a whole 5 years, no one could break the shackles. As long as they did not achieve Dragon Realm, the rest of the 7th level Holy Kings would be suppressed under their feet, unable to make a comeback. The three of them were also Jiang Baiyu's strongest opponents in the process of challenging Dragon Realm, especially Long Fan, who is known as Half Dragon Realm. In the Holy King Realm, he was unrivaled. The selection rules are group battles. The 50 of them will be split into 10 groups. The strongest group champion will advance to the top 10. Thereafter, the top 10 will compete with each other. The top 5 will successfully advance to the third round of the grand final. In reality, if one were to advance to the third round, he would obtain the right to enter the ancient Xianyin Temple. That was because there were only 20 people participating in the third round of the grand final. Among them, 15 were strong martial artists of the Dragon Realm. The remaining 5 were the top 5 that had been selected. The significance of the third round of the grand final was the ranking of the geniuses. I will draw names. 5 people will be split into a group. In the same group, everyone will have the chance to challenge the other 4 people. The person who wins the most times will be considered the winner of the group. After her speech, Shi Ruolin drew number plates randomly and arranged the 50 strong martial artists of Dragon Realm level 7 into groups. Su Yu was split into the 10th group, the last group. Looking at the group members, there was 1 7th level peak, 2 7th level upper tier, 1 7th level lower tier, and the last group was Su Yu. Mo Wu nodded slightly, then shook her head. My luck is not bad, but it is not considered bad either. You are lucky to not be allocated to the group with the 3 unmatched Holy Kings. However, in your group, there are more than 3 people of 7th level upper tier. I have to say that your luck is very bad. Among the 50 people, there were only 15 people of 7th level upper tier and above. However, 1/5 of them were gathered in Su Yu's group. One could imagine the intensity of the competition. The 7th level peak Holy King in your group is called Cheng Hao. He once challenged Rong Hanming of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings, and was defeated after exchanging 10 moves with him. His abilities are not to be underestimated, and he will be a strong opponent for you this time around. Cheng Hao? Su Yu nodded his head. However, before that, the other 9 groups will have to compete one by one before it is your group's turn. Take this opportunity to see the abilities of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings. In the first group, there was Rong Hanming of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings. The first group, please come to the stage. The specific rules are that everyone has 4 chances to challenge each other. However, there is an exception. That is a strong martial artist with 4 consecutive victories. Once there were 4 consecutive victories, it meant that the person was invincible against the other 4 people. The sparring between the rest of the group would not affect the outcome. Hence, the group sparring would end early. Group 1. First match, Zhen Shiqing versus Meng Ting. Zhen Shiqing was a 7th level peak Holy King. Meng Ting was also a 7th level peak Holy King. The two of them walked to the center of the arena, their faces bitter. As strong as they were, they had to be in the same group as Rong Hanming, one of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings. They were really unlucky. Now that things have come to this, they can only spar first. If they can meet Rong Hanming, they will try their luck. Zhen Shiqing's spirit energy was vigorous, his attacks ferocious. Meng Ting's movement technique was light and agile, her gentleness mixed with toughness. Rippling palm, Jade Aqua's soft finger. Crackle. The two of them exchanged blows, each having their own strengths and restraining each other. Hence, it was difficult to determine who was stronger in one move. But immediately after, the two of them exchanged 10 consecutive blows. Even though Meng Ting was at a disadvantage, Zhen Shiqing was unable to completely suppress her. The two of them exchanged blows, their figures intertwined, and it was hard to tell who would gain the upper hand. After 78 blows, Meng Ting's body was drenched in sweat. She was panting and her chest was heaving up and down. She had used up a lot of energy. Zhen Shiqing's spirit energy was vigorous, slightly better than Meng Ting's. Under such circumstances, Meng Ting could no longer use her gentleness to neutralize her opponent's toughness. She snorted and floated down from the arena. This battle lasted for a whole hour. Shi Ruolin said expressionlessly, "Zhen Shiqing wins. Rest for 10 minutes. The next opponent is Rong Hanming." Zhen Shiqing's expression changed slightly. He clenched his teeth and seized the time to recover his spirit energy. Whoosh! A figure in a straw cape and bamboo hat silently flew across the space and landed on the arena. Under the bamboo hat, a face with slight impatience appeared. "Even if you recover your spirit energy, you will still lose to me. What a waste of time." Zhen Shiqing was slightly angry. "Rong Hanming, don't look down on me. Last time I fought with you, I survived 5 blows. This time, I swear I will defeat you." Rong Hanming's gaze landed on Zhen Shiqing. After a while, he retracted his gaze. Ridiculous confidence. 10 minutes later, Zhen Shiqing had more or less recovered. His eyes were burning with battle intent. "Let's start the battle. I, Zhen Shiqing, will destroy the legend of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings." Rong Hanming remained calm and took out a bamboo pole from his back. There was a fishing line and a fishing hook wrapped around it. Seeing this, Zhen Shiqing felt a deep sense of pressure. Rong Hanming's unique skill, cold river fishing. After it was used, it was unpredictable and the attack was impossible to defend against. The only way to deal with this skill was to strike first. Otherwise, if one remained passive, one would be defeated even faster. Wave palm. Zhen Shiqing struck with his palm. The air seemed to ripple, giving people a feeling that space was in disorder. Layers of palm wind overlapped and attacked with an earth-shattering force. Rong Hanming's gaze was calm. Cold river fishing style one. He turned his wrist slightly, and the bamboo pole in his hand swung in an arc that was filled with an indescribable rhythm. The fishing line flew. It was clearly slow, but it gave people a feeling that it was unpredictable. The fishing hook at the end of the line shone with a dazzling light. Crackle! The fishing hook cut through the air. The dense palm wind was cut through in the air. Cold river fishing style 2. The fishing hook did not lose its momentum. After cutting through the palm wind, it hooked at Zhen Shiqing. Zhen Shiqing's expression changed. As he retreated, he continuously used wave palm. The wind generated by the palm strike blocked the sharp fish hook. Chapter 179. Chila! An amazing spiritual energy passed through the fishing rod, from the fishing line to the hook. Suddenly, the fish hook shone with a shocking sharpness, broke through the palm wind, and hooked onto Zhen Shiqing at lightning speed. Rong Hanming gently flicked his fishing rod and threw Zhen Shiqing out of the stage like a fish, crashing into the audience seats. Puff! Zhen Shiqing vomited blood on the spot. Last year, he was able to withstand 5 moves from him. This year, he could only withstand 3 moves. Rong Hanming calmly retracted his fishing rod, his expression indifferent. The 3 unmatched Holy King legends. You don't have the qualifications to break it. After he finished speaking, his gaze shot toward Yao Hong and Long Fan, and he was filled with fighting spirit. The 2 of them were the only opponents who could defeat him. The rest of the Saint Kings could not even withstand a single blow. Mo Wu nodded her head in approval. Rong Hanming has improved greatly. His abilities are comparable to Yao Hong's from last year. Su Yu, looks like you are in danger. Next was the battle with Meng Ting. Meng Ting was adept at using gentle force and had a slight advantage over Rong Hanming's cold river fishing. Thus, even though Meng Ting was no match for Zhen Shiqing, she was able to withstand 4 moves from Rong Hanming. Compared to Zhen Shiqing's 3 moves, it was 1 more move. Meng Ting was not worried about being knocked out of the arena. Instead, she was happy. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Song, for showing mercy." Rong Hanming stood on the stage and commented with a smile. "Compared to last year, you've made some progress. You've focused on softness, and you'll be successful in the future." Meng Ting's face turned slightly red when she heard his positive evaluation. Her beautiful eyes flickered with pride and adoration. Junior sister will remember senior brother's guidance. Nodding his chin, Rong Hanming turned to fight the remaining 2 people. They were all 7th level upper tier Holy Kings. Although they were strong, Zhen Shiqing and Meng Ting could not be compared to them. Thus, he was defeated within 2 moves. The 4th battle was over, and the first battle was over. The first group ended at an unexpected speed, taking less than an hour. "Second group, begin," Shi Ruolin announced indifferently. In the second group was Yao Hong, one of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings. They were both 7th level peak Holy Kings, but he had the ability to suppress Rong Hanming. Every time she made a move, she would use her jade flute to defeat her enemies. As her red lips parted, the jade flute began to play a graceful melody. The melody was pleasing to the ear and intoxicating. However, within the flute music, there was a sound wave attack that could knock people unconscious. It was difficult for a 7th level upper tier Holy King to resist the first note. Even if it was a 7th level peak Holy King, it would be difficult for him to withstand the stacking of 2 flute notes. The 4 battles ended in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Compared to Rong Hanming, it was much faster. From the beginning to the end, Yao Hong dealt with the 4 enemies as if it was light. She dealt with the 4 enemies with ease. Mo Wu slowly nodded her head. Just like Rong Hanming, he didn't even use half of his strength. "Third group, begin." Shi Ruolin immediately announced the 3rd group. Hearing this, the audience, which had been stirred up by Rong Hanming and Yao Hong, was now boiling with excitement. The unrivaled legend of the Holy King, the strongest disciple of the Half-Dragon Realm Holy King, Long Fan, was in the 3rd group. As the head of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings, he was the strongest person in the Lucian faction who was the closest to Dragon Realm. His existence was a natural moat that all Saint Kings had to look up to. As long as he was alive, everyone had to look up to him. No one had ever been able to break the legend of the invincible Holy King. For 2 whole years, he had not made a single move, because among Saint Kings he was already invincible. "Long Fan, go up the stage," Shi Ruolin shouted. However, Long Fan, who was dressed in a snow-white robe, sat steadily in the spectator seats. He did not move at all. His eyes were calm, and there were no ripples in them. His eyes could no longer contain the battle between Saint Kings. The exciting battle in the eyes of others was dull and boring in his eyes. At this moment, it was his turn to fight, but there was no fighting spirit in his eyes. His gaze swept across the contestants in the 3rd group. Everyone who was swept by him had a look of awe and battle intent on their faces. the legend of the Holy King, the most powerful person in the Holy King realm. Just a glance was enough to make their blood boil. Long Fan's expression was indifferent, and disappointment was written all over his face when he faced the many pairs of eyes that desired to fight. None of you are worthy of me fighting. All of you should admit defeat. I do not wish to waste my time. The expressions of the 4 sage kings who were eager to fight stiffened, and they gradually became resentful. Surprisingly, no one felt embarrassed or annoyed. It was as if being looked down upon and looked down upon was a matter of course. This was because the person who was looking down on him was Long Fan. It was Long Fan, the legendary Holy King, who was unrivaled. I admit defeat. One of the contestants sighed and admitted defeat. I admit defeat as well. I admit defeat. All 4 of them admitted defeat. Rong Hanming and Yao Hong suppressed the members of their groups with their abilities. Only Long Fan made his opponents lose their fighting spirit with just a single sentence. The appearance of an unrivaled legend was revealed in an instant. Shi Ruolin looked at Long Fan from the side. There was a rare solemnity in her beautiful eyes. The unrivaled legend of the Holy King among the disciples was also applicable among the management. Long Fan was a legendary disciple of the Holy King. The 4th group, while everyone was feeling regretful, the most intense, most exciting, and most anticipated battle had ended. The following battles were dull and dull. Long Fan closed his eyes completely and sat quietly. In the remaining battles, there were usually opponents who were on par with each other. Hence, the group battles were in a stalemate, and they did not end as quickly as before. The excitement of the spectators gradually decreased as the battles went on. When the 6th group battles were carried out, many disciples who were tired took a short rest or whispered to each other. Even though there were shouts coming from the arena, it was difficult to attract their attention. The 10th group. Unknowingly, it was the 10th group. At that moment, there were already signs of the spectators leaving the arena. If the battles went on for too long and the battles were too frequent, anyone would lose their patience. The first battle, Chung Hao versus Suyu. After hearing this, the noisy and restless spectators who were whispering suddenly quietened down. The pairs of eyes that had lost their patience regained their vigor. Chung Hao? The Chung Hao who could withstand 10 moves from Rong Hanming, one of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings? He is actually in the 10th group. Interesting. It is rumored that he is the reserve of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings, and he is also the person who has the highest hope of breaking the unrivaled legend of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings. Yes, I have seen him fight before. Among the 7th level Holy Kings, other than the 3 unmatched Holy Kings with extraordinary abilities, no one can be compared to Chung Hao. Many disciples returned. The noisy arena gradually quietened down with the appearance of Chung Hao. Mo Wu creased her brows and was worried. Even the 2nd elder was worried for Suyu. Even she had heard of Chung Hao's name before. He was a person with extraordinary talent and aptitude. The unrivaled legend of the Holy King, Long Fan, heard Chung Hao's name. His eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. His dull eyes revealed a rare glimmer of light. It was as if he had found a qualified opponent. When his gaze landed on Chung Hao's opponent, Suyu, he shook his head. This is the end for you. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 figures flew into the arena at the same time. On one side was Chung Hao, who was dressed in luxurious clothes. On the other side was the devilishly handsome Suyu. Chung Hao has been in seclusion for a year. I wonder how his abilities are. I look forward to his battle with Rong Hanming again. Yes, Chung Hao could withstand 10 moves from Rong Hanming in the past. I wonder how he will fare this time round. Haha, there is no hurry. Let's wait until he defeats Suyu first. This Suyu has been in the limelight recently. He fought his way up from a newcomer to the older generation of disciples. He can be considered a top figure. That's right. From the way he injured Lu Qian just now, his abilities should be at the level of a 7th level upper tier, Holy King. In addition, according to the rumors, he is good at fighting those of a higher level. I think he can exchange a few moves with Cheng Hao. Haha, we can see how much Cheng Hao has improved in the past year. Su Yu is a good touchstone. Many disciples were filled with anticipation as they competed to witness Cheng Hao's battle. Cheng Hao had become famous at a young age. It was inevitable for him to be arrogant. He, who was over 25 years old, could not help but crease his brows when he faced Su Yu, who was only 15 years old. He had heard of Su Yu's name. It was said that he was a cultivation genius who had appeared out of nowhere from the outer sanctum. In just half a year, he had advanced from a holy king to a 6th-level peak holy king. He had risen like a comet, creating a miracle that was difficult to surpass in the outer sanctum. Not bad. Cheng Hao examined Su Yu from head to toe for a long time before he spoke calmly. Su Yu's gaze was far away. His expression was calm, like a calm lake in autumn and winter without any ripples. I will give you a chance to fight. Even though his voice was calm, the arena was quiet and everyone heard him. Everyone who heard him was shocked. Even Rong Hanming would not dare to be so arrogant against Cheng Hao, right? Was Su Yu overly confident because his abilities had increased tremendously? Thinking back to the fact that he was only 15 years old, everyone felt relieved and sighed. Even though he is talented, he is still a young man. It is difficult for him to keep his composure. It is better not to come to a conclusion. When he was fighting Lu Qian just now, all of you also felt that he was too arrogant. However, in reality, that was just the aura that Su Yu naturally exuded because of his powerful abilities. The same performance. Long Fan, the legendary Holy King, was respected by everyone. However, Su Yu was labeled as arrogant. After hearing what was said, many people gradually became silent and stared at Su Yu. That is true. Su Yu might have something special about him. He should be able to fight against Cheng Hao. On the arena, Cheng Hao creased his brows. Don't you think that you're being too arrogant? I have seen many people like you. Before he could finish a sentence, he was interrupted by a calm sigh. You are too noisy. I have already given you a chance to fight. Cheng Hao's expression changed. Just as he was about to fly into a rage, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Lowering his head to take a look, his pupils dilated. Unknowingly, a fist had landed on his abdomen. The afterimages of the fist were extremely blurry. Only when he felt the pain did it gradually become clear. At the same time, the arm and the owner of the arm, Su Yu, became clear. At that moment, the sound of something breaking through the air finally arrived. Su Yu had actually arrived one step ahead of the voice. Wow! The intense power of the fist pierced through his abdomen and rushed out from his back. His internal organs shook violently. A mouthful of blood spurted out from Cheng Hao's mouth. The intense energy engulfed his body and sent him flying several hundred meters away, crashing heavily into the spectators' seats. Cheng Hao's face was filled with shock. He could not believe that he had been defeated in such a manner. He did not even have the chance to fight and was blasted off the arena by a punch. No, to be more accurate, Cheng Hao did not even have the time to react. That speed was even faster than the sound of something breaking through the air. Cheng Hao did not even have the chance to react. The arena was silent for a long time. Finally, gasps could be heard. Cheng Hao, who did not lose to Rong Hanming in 10 moves, did not even have the chance to fight. Su Yu calmly retracted his fist. The red light on his back dissipated. The outline of a pair of giant wings slowly disappeared. Sweeping his gaze across, Su Yu's gaze landed on the other 3 participants from Group 10. Do you want to fight? He asked indifferently. I admit defeat. The one who was hit swallowed hard and admitted defeat on the spot. Even Cheng Hao had been defeated. What more could they do? I also admit defeat. Me too. The moment he entered the arena, he defeated his opponent with 1 move. The other 3 were intimidated and admitted defeat. Such a domineering attitude shocked the entire arena. They were speechless. The chapter that was scheduled to be uploaded yesterday had failed to be uploaded. They only realized it today when they returned. Chapter 180. Long Fan's eyes flickered. After a while, he shook his head. Supersonic movement techniques are still passable. If Chung Hao had not been careless, he would not have one so easily. Surprise and admiration flashed past Mo Wu's beautiful eyes. Your martial art motion is not bad, and it is comparable to the Dragon Realm. However, as her gaze swept past Long Fan, Mo Wu sighed. If that is all, there will be no suspense in the outcome of the battle. Shi Rulin was stunned on the spot. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. Even she wasn't able to capture the attack clearly. This meant that Su Yu, a junior who had once escaped from her hands, had surpassed her in terms of movement techniques. In the past, she had a premonition that she would perish in the hands of Su Yu one day. At that very moment, that feeling was getting stronger. Shi Rulin pursed her lips. She wanted to say something, but she had some misgivings in her heart. In the end, she stopped herself from saying anything. Her expression became cold again. Shi Rulin glared at Su Yu and announced expressionlessly, "Group 10 Su Yu!" At that very moment, the top 10 of the second round had finally been decided. The three unmatched Holy Kings who were at the same cultivation level as them, the veteran 7th level peak Holy Kings with impressive abilities. Finally, the king of newcomers, Su Yu, who had won in a domineering manner that shocked the entire audience. Regardless of whether it was the Fallen Star contest, the commotion at the wedding, the fight with Chao Xian, or even the Xianyan contest, Su Yu had dazzled everyone with his nature-defying abilities. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the king of newcomers. Next was the final battle of the second round, the top 10. The top 5 would have the right to stay and enter the final round, the Xianyan ranking competition. At the same time, this also meant that they had the right to enter the ancient Xianyan temple. Su Yu had worked so hard to enter the ancient Xianyan temple. At that very moment, he was not far from his goal. The rules of the top 10 are a free-for-all. Shi Rulin looked at Su Yu profoundly. 10 contestants will fight each other in a free-for-all on the same arena. The 5 people who remain on the arena will advance to the top 5. There is only one rule. You must defeat at least one person. You will be disqualified if you only manage to dodge the attacks. Simply put, in order to stay on the arena, you must defeat at least one person. Then, before the remaining 5 people, you must not be defeated by anyone else and remain on the arena. Moreover, everyone realized that there was only one rule. In other words, as long as one could defeat the opponent, any means were not restricted, including joining hands. Swish, swish, swish. The 10 of them retreated and exchanged glances with each other. Then they gathered in groups of 2s and 3s. Among them there were 2 alliances, each with 3 people, a total of 6 people. The remaining 4 remained indifferent, showing no intention of forming an alliance. They were the 3 unmatched Holy Kings, and Su Yu. The expressions of the audience turned solemn. A chaotic battle was the best time to display one's battle prowess. Only when one was unable to distinguish between friend and foe would one be able to display one's full potential. Compared to ordinary examinations, the effects were stronger, but the difficulty was also greater, especially when a large-scale alliance appeared. With 3 7th-level peak Holy Kings teaming up, even one of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings would have to be careful and cautious. What's more, there were 2 alliances on the stage. At this moment, only Su Yu and the 3 unmatched Holy Kings were not teaming up. Many people could understand the latter. Among the 3 absolute masters, any one of them had the strength to suppress those of the same level. But Su Yu, after defeating Cheng Hao, did he have the confidence to fight against the 3 unmatched experts? Even though he had defeated Cheng Hao with 1 move, and Cheng Hao had the record of not being defeated by Rong Hanming after 10 moves. But everyone could see that the current Rong Hanming was no longer the same as before. Cheng, Hao might not be able to withstand more than one move from him. Hence, Suyu was alone and in danger. Yao Hong scanned the entire arena, her gaze pausing on the two large-scale alliances. She was a little fearful. Senior Long, Junior Song, how about the three of us join forces and clear the stage first? Yao Hong suggested. Rong Hanming pondered for a moment, his eyes revealing a shred of fear. He nodded his head. Sure. Even though he was confident that he could deal with them, he was not willing to fail miserably because of his arrogance. The Xianyun contest, which was held once every 5 years, was a rare opportunity. What about you, Senior Long? With Rong Hanming joining, Yao Hong was slightly at ease, and she asked for Long Fan's opinion, who knew that Long Fan would coldly glance at Rong Hanming and Yao Hong. Only the weak will form alliances. You can join forces. There is no need to call me along. Yao Hong's face turned red. She was a little embarrassed and a little angry. Rong Hanming's expression was a little awkward and his lips moved. However, out of fear, he did not refute in the end. Senior Yao, which target should we choose to attack? Rong Hanming's eyes flashed and his gaze landed on Suyu, who was alone. It was difficult for him not to pay attention to the battle that had shocked the entire arena and the undefeated Dark Horse. Both you and I have to join forces to deal with the contest, but Junior Su dares to come and go alone. Why don't you and I test him? Rong Hanming's eyes, which were hidden under the bamboo hat, gradually squinted and he was filled with hostility. Him. Yao Hong looked at Suyu, her eyebrows slightly curved, and she was as beautiful as a crescent moon. After a long time, her eyes flashed with the light of cherishing talent, and she shook her head. Forget it. It is rare for a rising star to appear. It is a pity that his future has been destroyed by us joining forces. We will give him a chance to grow. After a few years, we might have another strong opponent. Isn't that great? Rong Hanming was not satisfied and he frowned. After a few years, after going through the training in the ancient Xianyun Temple, he might not be able to catch up to us. In the ancient Xianyun Temple, the higher the abilities of the person, the greater the opportunity. The gap between them might not be big, but after going through the ancient Xianyun Temple, the gap would increase explosively. However, he could not refute Yao Hong's intentions and could only nod his head in agreement. All right. In his heart, he secretly wished Suyu good luck. As if he had noticed the situation, Suyu shot a smile at Yao Hong as a form of gratitude. Yao Hong laughed valiantly and did not mind. She then joined forces with Rong Hanming, chose a 3-person alliance, and attacked. At the arena, only Suyu and Long Fan were left standing at their original positions and had not moved. The remaining 3-person alliance swept past the two of them, and all 6 of their eyes fixed on Suyu at the same time. Let's get rid of Suyu first. Long Fan is too strong. Even if we join forces, we will not be his match. Let's force Suyu to retreat first, then join forces with the other 3-person alliance and chase the other 2 of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings away. The 3 of them quickly came to an agreement and attacked Suyu at the same time. Suyu's expression was calm and he raised the corners of his lips. His silver hair danced and the fire seal between his eyebrows throbbed. He was as handsome as a fairy and his smile was indescribably evil. You want to choose me? Suyu smiled evilly. His smile was clearly still at his original position. However, with a flash of a red light, he appeared in front of the 3 of them as if he had teleported. The expressions of the 3 people from the alliance changed, and their scalps turned numb. What frightening speed! When they were observing the fight at the side, they did not think much of it. Now that they had experienced it personally, they understood the fear of not being able to catch a shadow. The leader of the alliance did not even have time to react to Suyu's attack. In his eyes, Suyu's silver hair and fire seal were exceptionally evil. Seeing that he was about to be attacked, a lightning-like yellow light beam descended from the sky. It was one step ahead of Suyu, and its palm landed on the body of the alliance member. Pooh! As he spat out blood, he saw the majestic figure within the yellow light beam clearly. With just one look, his eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Long Fan, the person who attacked Suyu first, was Long Fan. Under the shroud of the yellow light beam, Long Fan stood with one hand behind his back and his other hand maintained the posture of attacking. His mouth was filled with mockery. Coincidentally, his figure was standing in front of Suyu. Suyu's movement technique had already surpassed the speed of sound, and it was extremely fast. Among the Holy Kings, it was hard to find a match for him. However, Long Fan was able to snatch Suyu's target before Suyu could attack. The brilliance of Long Fan's movement technique had reached an extremely frightening level. At the very least, it was far above Suyu's. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Long Fan's action was intentional. Long Fan's objective was to use a shocking method to tell Suyu that the movement technique that he was so proud of was merely SOSO in front of Long Fan. Mo Wu frowned and sighed silently. This is the reason why there is no suspense in the outcome of the fight, because Long Fan is most proficient in movement techniques, and his movement technique is far above Suyu's. Among the Holy Kings, Long Fan's movement technique was invincible. Only the strong martial artists of the Dragon Realm would have the ability to fight against him. Suyu frowned. With a tap of his toes, his figure flashed, and he pounced toward the remaining 2 7th level peak Holy Kings. However, at the moment when he was about to attack, a yellow light beam flashed in front of him. Long Fan had actually used an unparalleled method to strike the 2 of them down from the arena. In just a few breaths' time, Long Fan, with the power of a king, had defeated the entire alliance of 3 people. His invincible posture among the Holy Kings had shocked the entire audience. In particular, he was always able to defeat the targets that he had chosen before Suyu. In comparison, his invincible posture was even more obvious. Suyu frowned even deeper. Long Fan had defeated 2 people alone. As for Yao Hong and Rong Hanming, they had successfully defeated 1 person after teaming up. There were still 6 people left on the arena. Once there were only 5 people left, the fight would end. Suyu had no time to bother with Long Fan. He turned his body and charged toward Yao Hong's group. He wanted to defeat the last person and obtain the right to be in the top 5. However, at that moment, Rong Hanming used Cold River fishing to hook a member of the alliance and tossed him high up into the sky. Once he fell off the arena, the fight would end. At that time, Suyu, who had not defeated a single person, would stop at the ancient Xianyin temple. Suyu's expression changed slightly. He wanted to chase after that person and kill him. However, at that moment, a yellow light flashed. A tall and sturdy back blocked Suyu in front of him. Without even turning his head, he said leisurely, "You have been in the limelight enough. It is time for you to scram back to where you belong." Suyu was annoyed. He did not chase after the member of the alliance who was about to land on the arena. Instead, he stopped moving. His expression gradually turned cold, and his gaze was cold. "Fine. If I defeat you, I will still be able to enter the top 5. However, just as Suyu attacked, Yao Hong, who was observing the situation, frowned slightly. She extended her hand and grabbed the member of the alliance who was about to be tossed off the arena at that critical moment. "Suyu, catch!" Yao Hong was filled with heroic spirit. She swung her jade-like hands and threw the member of the alliance toward Suyu. She cherished talents and could not bear to see Suyu's future being ruined by someone with evil intentions. Hence, she extended her hand to help him. Long Fan raised his eyebrows, and he had a ferocious look. "Are you seeking death?" Rustle, Long Fan's figure was as fast as lightning. He slapped the member of the alliance, who was thrown toward him. He wanted to beat Suyu to victory. However, just as he slapped the member of the alliance, Yao Hong glared at him. Her jade-like hands snatched Rong Hanming's fishing rod. She then flipped her wrist and hooked the member of the alliance. As a result, Long Fan's attack missed. At the same time, the member of the alliance, was thrown in front of Suyu. Suyu was stupefied for some time. He stopped attacking Long Fan and changed to throwing a punch toward the member of the alliance. With a horrible groan, the pitiful member of the alliance, Suyu, was sent flying continuously. Finally, he was struck off the arena by Suyu. As such, the three unmatched Holy Kings, Suyu, the only remaining member of the alliance, and there were only 5 people left on the arena. Chapter 181. Among them, the member of the alliance did not manage to defeat the other contestants in time. Hence, he was eliminated. Only Suyu and the other 3 qualified to advance. Yao Hong, do you know what you have done? As he had allowed Suyu to obtain the opportunity to enter the ancient Xianyin temple successfully, Long Fan was extremely furious. Yao Hong's eyes were filled with fear, but her heart was magnanimous. She didn't feel the slightest bit of remorse. She argued with reason. If you don't have a deep hatred, why ruin someone's future? Junior Su's aptitude is extraordinary. If he is given the opportunity to train in the ancient Xianyin temple, he will definitely be extraordinary in the future. Within her heart, Yao Hong heaved a sigh of relief. The second round of the examination had ended. Even though she had offended Long Fan, she would probably not meet him again. Thus, she did not need to worry about him taking revenge on her. After calming down, Yao Hong walked in front of Suyu and blocked half of his body. Her intention to protect him was obvious. Suyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even though Long Fan was strong, Suyu had never been afraid of him. In a real battle, the outcome of the battle would not be determined. Her intention to protect him completely angered Long Fan. His eyes were gloomy and burning with anger. Fine. I hope you don't run into me next, otherwise. As if in response to his words, Shi Rulin frowned slightly. Of the 5 places, 1 is missing. We need to choose another one from the 6 people who were defeated just now. The strongest among you will test them. The strongest among them? Without a doubt, it was naturally Long Fan. However, without going through a competition with the crowd, even Long Fan could not boast that he was the first. Let's do it this way. The 4 of you will fight against each other to determine the strongest. Because time is limited, each fight will only last 10 moves. We will determine the winner based on the situation. Shi Rulin shot her gaze toward Long Fan. You will attack first. According to the ranking, you will challenge the 3 unmatched Holy Kings. Su, you will be the last. Remember, you can only attack with 10 moves each time. Long Fan's gloomy expression gradually turned into a savage smile. Hee. Yao Hong, you didn't expect this, right? Yao Hong's beautiful face froze. Something seemed to be stuck in her throat, causing her breathing to stagnate. Initially, he thought that it would be impossible for him to fight with Long Fan again. But at this time, a warm and large hand grasped her jade-like hand from behind, transmitting boiling heat to it. Senior apprentice Sister Yao, let me do it. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Yao Hong's nervousness eased. She looked back and smiled, no need. This smile was exceptionally stiff and forced. She was also one of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings. She was well aware of how powerful the unrivaled legend Long Fan was. Let's begin, Shi Rulin lightly said. Long Fan's gaze landed on Rong Hanming, and he said calmly, You go first. According to the order of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings, the first challenger was naturally Rong Hanming. Taking a deep breath, Little Wolf's eyes flashed with a strong desire to fight. Among the 3 unmatched Holy Kings, there were not many chances for them to fight against each other. To be able to fight against Long Fan was a rare opportunity. Hee, Senior Long, in the battle last year, I only managed to comprehend the first layer of cold river fishing to perfection. Now I have already cultivated this legacy cultivation technique to the second layer of lesser mastery, mastering the 4th style of cold river fishing. Senior brother, you have to be careful. Long Fan's expression was relaxed, and he revealed a slightly interested expression. Let's try it out first. Roang Hanming's fighting spirit soared. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the bamboo pole from his back. Cold river fishing, first style! Chila! The spiritual energy flowed through the bamboo pole and into the fishing line, leaving a mysterious trajectory in the air. Even if they were at the same rank, they had to treat each other seriously. Long Fan placed his hands behind his back. He did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and commented calmly, "It is a combination of comprehended divine decree. Therefore, it is filled with rhythm and its power is average." Chila, however, as he was speaking, the fishing line wrapped around his body easily and circled around his neck. Roang Hanming did not feel happy when the powerful Long Fan was wrapped around easily. Instead, he retreated solemnly. Puff! With a puff, Long Fan, who was trapped by the fishing line, turned into an afterimage and disappeared. As for Long Fan, he appeared at the place where Roang Hanming was standing previously, like a ghost. If Roang Hanming had been one step slower, he would have been defeated in one move. Cold river fishing, second style. As his scalp turned numb, Roang Hanming attacked solemnly. Chila! The fishing line turned around and headed straight for Long Fan's back at a tricky angle. However, it only managed to cut through an afterimage. Long Fan himself was like air, and there was no trace of him. Cold river fishing, third style. Roang Hanming was extremely solemn. The sharp fishing hook was snow-white and ice-cold. It pierced through the air and accurately hooked the empty space in front of him. Whiz! At this moment, a figure appeared in a place that was clearly empty. He calmly stretched out 2 fingers and casually caught the fishhook. The figure that was revealed was Long Fan, who was standing with one hand behind his back and had only stretched out 2 fingers. With just 2 fingers, he could defeat Roang Hanming, who had gone all out. Roang Hanming clenched his teeth and shouted, "The last attack! Cold river fishing, fourth style!" Rumble! All of a sudden, the fishing line exploded and turned into countless smaller fishing lines. Every single fishing line was extremely sharp and it could cut through the air. Along with the infusion of cold air, countless sharp fishing lines danced wildly in the sky. Puff sounds could be heard continuously. Long Fan was caught off guard and he was enveloped by the impenetrable fishing lines. His figure was instantly torn into pieces. Roang Hanming's expression turned gloomy and his heart skipped a beat. "It's an afterimage again." At that moment, a soft sigh could be heard. In this world, speed is the only thing that cannot be defeated. The power of the fourth style is still acceptable. However, it is a pity that its speed is too slow. After his speech, a finger seemed to have appeared out of thin air and touched the space between Roang Hanming's eyebrows. At that moment, Long Fan's figure could be seen gradually. A layer of faint yellow light gradually disappeared. "I lost." Roang Hanming was dispirited. The second elder praised him. "Long Fan is indeed extraordinary. He has mastered the strongest inherited movement technique in the faction, Yellow Dragon's green cloud movement, to the second level. His movement technique is brilliant and he is undefeatable among those of the same rank as him." Even she could not underestimate Long Fan's movement technique. After defeating his opponent with 4 moves, Long Fan looked at Yao Hong and sneered. "Yao Hong, it is your turn. You better be mentally prepared." He was able to teach Roang Hanming a lesson, but it did not mean that Yao Hong would receive the same treatment. "Humph, let's fight. Who is afraid of you?" Yao Hong had her own pride. Whiz! She grabbed the jade flute with her jade-like hands. Cold mountains, cold shui. Yao Hong's pretty face turned solemn. Her red lips opened slightly and the sound of the flute could be heard. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts as if they had seen a scene in winter. On the cold and desolate mountain, in the winter snow, everything had withered and only a little green remained. When everyone regained their senses, they were shocked. Just now, their state of mind had been affected unknowingly. If this was a battle, wouldn't it be? However, on the arena, Long Fan stood with his hands behind his back. He had a calm expression, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. If the movement technique is faster than the sound wave attack, it will lose its effect. Although the power is strong, it is a pity that it is useless against me. Long Fan took a step forward. It was obvious that his afterimage was still taking a step forward. However, his real body had already appeared in front of Yao Hong, and he struck her head with his palm. Yao Hong's pretty eyes turned serious, but she did not panic. Her red lips moved, and the rhythm of the flute suddenly increased. Layers of materialized sound waves spread out like ripples. Rumble, Long Fan's palm attack was repelled by the materialized sound waves. The second elder's eyes brightened. What shocking attainments in the use of sound waves! The materialization of the sound waves increases its speed and power by 2 times. She has already achieved the first level of Cold Mountain's Cold Shui, and she is close to the level of great success. Mo Wu's pretty eyes shrank. I did not expect Yao Hong to improve so much in just 1 year. The number of disciples who managed to train their great success level cultivation technique to stage 2 can be counted with one's fingers. The second level of the great success level cultivation technique was a threshold. Among the many disciples in the faction, only the Dragon Realm disciples with outstanding talents could comprehend it. Once Yao Hong made a breakthrough to great success, her fighting abilities would not be much weaker than Long Fan's. The abilities that she had hidden were indeed surprising. Long Fan creased his eyebrows and retreated for the first time. However, the coldness in his eyes did not decrease. Instead, it became stronger. Humph! You have hidden your abilities very well. However, it is a pity that you are still far from it. Yellow Dragon's green cloud movement. Long Fan gave a low grunt. The spiritual energy in his body gushed out, and it was as though it was rolling around his body, like clouds. His figure was hidden within the clouds. Looking at it from afar, it was as though a yellow dragon was roaming around. Whiz! The yellow clouds rolled, and it was as though a yellow dragon was rolling in the blue sky. That extremely fast speed caused everyone to be speechless. Mo Wu was shocked. What? He still has a hidden speed? The second elder was also surprised. A thread of seriousness appeared in her eyes for the first time. Suyu, I am afraid that he is no match for Suyu. He has already trained his yellow dragon's green cloud movement to stage 2 peak. Mo Wu's clear eyes were filled with an intention to fight. I am looking forward to his growth. Even for me, I have only trained my great success level cultivation technique to stage 3 lower class. Yao Hong's expression changed slightly. The substantial sound wave was like a ripple. However, the yellow dragon was extremely fast, and it was difficult for the substantial sound wave to catch up to it. Rustle! At that moment, Long Fan had already passed the substantial sound wave. His eyes were cold as he flew toward Yao Hong. Not good. Yao Hong realized that the situation was not good. However, with Long Fan's speed, Yao Hong only had time to see his ice-cold eyes clearly before she was hit in the abdomen by a palm. At once, there was a metallic taste in her throat. A lump of energy destroyed her internal organs with a destructive force. In a situation where she did not have any resistance, she suffered a heavy blow. She would definitely be severely injured. However, Long Fan was cruel and merciless. He did not have any intention of letting her go. As Yao Hong was flying backward, Long Fan dashed toward her and punched her head. His speed was so fast that even a Dragon Realm level 1 would be worried. Even Shi Ruolin, who was very close to Yao Hong, had no chance to save her. Lie down. Long Fan's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. The wind from his punch was so painful that it struck Yao Hong's face. However, thump! Long Fan's punch was extremely fast, and it was obvious that it was only a few inches away from Yao Hong's face. However, such a fatal punch actually missed. Due to inertia, Long Fan staggered and he almost fell onto the ground. A tinge of bewilderment appeared in his eyes, and he cried out involuntarily, "Which senior did this?" To be able to save a person from his hands within a few inches of distance where an ordinary person would not be able to react in time, there was no doubt that it was definitely a senior who had an unimaginably terrifying movement technique. At the very least, it was a senior who had reached the Dragon Realm Level 1. Senior? Are you calling me? A familiar voice could be heard near his ears. It was really close to his ears. That was because there was a tinge of warmth in his tone. The person who was speaking was right behind him. Buzz. Long Fan's body trembled, and he was extremely shocked. Chapter 182. What caused him to gasp was that the voice was unusually familiar. Turning back stiffly, a scene that caused Long Fan to be in disbelief was reflected in his pupils. Su Yu hugged Yao Hong's slender body and stood 30 Chinese feet behind her. The person who saved Yao Hong was Su Yu. What caused Long Fan to be even more shocked was that behind Su Yu's back, there was a pair of magnificent, dreamlike giant wings. The wings were ridiculously huge. When they were spread out, they were 50 meters wide. They covered the sky, and the arena was shrouded in their shadows. The shocking scene caused everyone to be shocked. The wings were lifelike, the veins were distinct, and the feathers were distinct. Every feather was formed by a fiery, red, raging flame. At a glance, the entire pair of wings was burning. Looking from afar, it looked like a giant phoenix bathed in fire had descended. The shocking scene of the 50-meter-wide giant fire wings shook everyone's hearts. Phoenix. Among the audience, many disciples felt as if their throats were blocked by something. Their hearts trembled violently, and they spat out a few words with difficulty. What a huge pair of wings! Are they really phoenix wings? They are so beautiful. Apart from being shocked, many female disciples looked at them with envy and longing. Mo Wu's beautiful eyes shrank to their limits, and she was extremely shocked. The second elder's pale eyes were filled with shock. The sudden appearance of the phoenix wings that covered the sky had caused even her to be momentarily stunned and amazed. After a long time, she then wore a smile. We have all underestimated him. Stage 2 peak of a legacy level technique. Stage 2 peak. Mo Wu was in a daze, and her heart trembled. The audience was silent. They looked at the arena, at the giant phoenix wings that covered the sun and moon, and their hearts were filled with shock. When their gazes were fixed on the owner of the phoenix wings, Su Yu, all of them were filled with reverence. His fluttering silver hair, the strange mark between his eyebrows, and his extremely handsome face, coupled with the stunning phoenix wings, gave people the illusion that he was a deity. This was the second form of the icy divine wings, the icy phoenix divine wings. With the activation of the incredible icy raging flames cold energy, the icy divine wings had an explosive breakthrough from stage 1 peak to stage 2 peak. It was unprecedentedly fast. Su Yu's expression was calm. He put down Yao Hong, who was in his arms, and asked gently, "How are your injuries, Senior Yao?" Yao Hong opened her beautiful eyes wide, not daring to believe her eyes. She raised her head to look at the giant fiery wings that covered the sky. When her gaze fell upon Su Yu's face, she was shocked for the first time. For Su Yu to be able to save her at that critical moment, it was clear that Su Yu's movement technique was frightening and beyond imagination. From the looks of it, the reason why Long Fan had managed to catch up to him 3 times was because he had intentionally suppressed his movement. At this moment, he finally displayed his terrifying movement technique. I'm fine. It was only then that Yao Hong realized that she was lying in Su Yu's embrace. His warm, manly breath caused her, who looked valiant and formidable, to blush. She then left Su Yu's embrace without a trace. After nodding his head slightly, Su Yu shot a calm gaze toward Long Fan. The 50-meter-wide wings on his back flapped gently. "Do you want me to fight, or do you want to admit defeat?" he asked calmly without the slightest ripple. However, at that moment, no one felt that Su Yu was arrogant. It was as if these words coming out of his mouth were only natural. Long Fan could not believe the scene in front of him. That was the real posture of Su Yu's movement technique. Before this, Su Yu was only suppressing his movement technique. However, after hearing Su Yu's disdainful words, even though he was surprised, he was also quite angry. Aren't you too full of yourself? Long Fan gave a cold hum. The legend of the Holy King's invincibility is not that easy to break. Yellow Dragon's green cloud movement. Long Fan gave a furious roar. Yellow clouds rolled around his body, turned into a yellow dragon that shuttled through the green clouds and headed straight for Su Yu. His speed, which was comparable to that of a Dragon Realm Level 1, caused people to only be able to catch a glimpse of his shadow. However, they were unable to determine his shape. Yao Hong's beautiful eyes shrunk, and she observed with rapt attention. However, she was still unable to capture Long Fan's trajectory. The audience was filled with anticipation. Su Yu's Ice Phoenix Divine Wings, or Long Fan's Yellow Dragon's green cloud movement, which was stronger. However, at that moment, a light voice floated around the arena. Too slow. Rumble. Bang. As the voice floated around, a dull sound reverberated throughout the arena. When they looked over, a scene that caused them to gasp appeared. Long Fan, who was charging forward, was extremely fast, and it was difficult to capture his trajectory. However, at that moment, it was as if he had collided into a mountain, and he was sent flying from the blurry trajectory. Long Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with astonishment. He did not manage to see clearly who had attacked him, and he was kicked in the stomach by someone. However, he could not react in time, and he was punched in the face again. Thud. His body, which had yet to land, was sent flying again. After that, it was another kick. Rumble. Bang. After that, it was a punch. Thud. Dash. The arena was dead silent. In their eyes, Long Fan was like a sandbag that was being kicked around in the sky. Long Fan did not have any power to retaliate. To be more accurate, it was difficult to even know who had attacked him. The audience could only faintly see a red thunderbolt flashing continuously. Every time it flashed, Long Fan would be attacked and he would spit out blood. After 10 moves, Long Fan's whole body was covered in blood and he was severely injured. Russell, it was only at this moment that the stunning Ice Phoenix divine feathers were revealed. Is this the invincible legend? Su Yu's silver hair floated in front of his forehead, and his pitch-black eyes were extremely calm. It seems like it is only Sozo. After Long Fan heard what was said, not only did he not feel humiliated, his face was filled with fear. In front of Su Yu, he did not even have the power to retaliate. The movement technique that he was so proud of could not withstand a single blow. If this was a fight to the death, he would have died many times over. Without a doubt, Su Yu was a strong martial artist whose abilities were comparable to the Dragon Realm. As for which level of the Dragon Realm he was at, no one knew. The audience at the arena was filled with shock. Long Fan, who was half a step into the Dragon Realm, the invincible legend who was the leader of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings, did not have the power to retaliate against Su Yu? What kind of abilities did Su Yu have? Had he achieved the abilities of the Dragon Realm? Mo Wu let out a light breath, and her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. A few months ago, Su Yu was merely a low-level Holy King in her hands. At that very moment, his abilities were comparable to the Dragon Realm. The speed at which his abilities grew was peerless. The second elder's pale eyes were filled with admiration and affection. Half a year ago, the ignorant little kid who asked her about the situation in the depository had grown to such a level in half a year? Shi Ruolin, who was on the arena, gasped. Su Yu easily defeated the unmatched Holy King Long Fan? Shi Ruolin recalled something, and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. However, after a moment of silence, she closed her mouth. Her eyes gradually regained their coldness. Do you want to challenge the other 2 of the 3 unmatched Holy Kings? Su Yu's gaze swept past Yao Hong and then landed on Rong Hanming. Senior Rong, you wanted to fight me just now. Now, Rong Hanming's forehead was filled with cold sweat and his back was slightly wet. He laughed awkwardly. Su, Junior Su, you have misunderstood me. I admit defeat, recalling how he had developed enmity toward Su. Rong Hanming's feet turned cold. Su Yu nodded his chin indifferently. All right. As such, Su Yu deserved to be the first place in the second round of selection. He sparred with the 6 eliminated people and chose the strongest person among them to fill the 5 slots. The second round of selection has ended. Rest for a while and prepare for the third round of ranking competition, Shi Ruolin announced indifferently and returned to the side of the 10th elder. At that moment, the 10th elder's expression was a little gloomy. Su Yu's stunning battle had shocked everyone. There was only one person in the history of the Lucian faction who could match such a legendary cultivation method, and that was the 2nd elder. Su Yu could very well break the historical record of reaching Dragon Realm level 7 at the age of 20. After all, Su Yu was only 15 years old. Li Guang, oh Li Guang, you are already dead. But you have left me with such a hidden danger. The 10th elder muttered softly, his tone filled with hatred. Shi Ruolin stood quietly at the side, her expression filled with fear and dread. She could hear Su Yu kneeling in front of Li Guang, swearing to kill her and Han Ji with his own hands. Now, it was like thunder rumbling in her heart. At that time, she had only treated it as a cheap, ignorant, and fearless oath, disdainful of it. But today, she realized that the oath was about to come true. Su, you already had the ability to kill her. Thinking to this point, she muttered regretfully, if I had known this would happen, I would have charged into the Li family at all costs and exterminated them. Feeling Shi Ruolin's fear, Han Ji extended his hand and grabbed Shi Ruolin's soft and fair palm. Laughing coldly, don't worry. If he wants to kill you, he will have to ask me first. He is merely Dragon Realm level 1 lower tier. Killing him is as easy as flipping my hand. Shi Ruolin smiled gently, her expression calm. She took the opportunity to embrace Han Ji, saying gently, thank you, Brother Ji. Feeling the warmth in his embrace, Han Ji greedily inhaled Shi Ruolin's fragrance, his eyes filled with infatuation and pride. Ruolin, the thing I am most proud of in this life is getting you. Shi Ruolin's natural fragrance was unique. What Han Ji loved the most was her fragrance. Because of this, Han Ji did not hesitate to pay any price to get her. Smiling, Shi Ruolin buried herself in his embrace, making it easier for him to absorb more of her fragrance. The elders and disciples were not surprised by this scene. The two of them were glued to each other, loving each other for 100 years. It was a legend within the faction. Su Yu coldly glared at the two of them, his killing intent increasing. Li Guang's entire life was ruined by Shi Ruolin. If she did not die, Su Yu's anger would not be appeased. At this moment, a delicate fragrance drifted over. A proud and beautiful figure walked to Su Yu's side. Master wants me to tell you that you do not need to be too focused in the third round of the competition. Mo Wu's expression was still cold, but her gaze toward Su Yu was a little different than before. Su Yu thought for a moment, immediately understanding the 2nd elder's intentions. He nodded his head in response. Yes, I know. I have already obtained the slot to enter the ancient Xianyun Temple. The third round of the competition is only about honor. I will not force myself to not expose my abilities. The competition within the ancient Xianyun Temple was intense. It was not wise to expose his abilities for the sake of a higher ranking. Mo Wu's beautiful eyes stared at Su Yu suspiciously. She did not know why, but Su Yu always gave her a sense of maturity that exceeded his age. He was clearly 3 years younger than her, but in some aspects he was more mature and wise than her. This made Mo Wu feel a little indignant.